whoa, 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 there we are in the place to be. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hello, everyone. We are Sene and Theodora, and we will be your hosts for this opening block. We would like to welcome you to the Best Virtual Summit, Day 5, and the topic for next 2 days will be Sustainable Development Goals Beyond Pandemic. For today, we will talk about a bit more about the future, while tomorrow we will focus more on the youth when it comes to this amazing topic. The Sustainable Development Goals are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. They address the global challenges we face, including those related to poverty, inequalities, climate change, environmental degradation, peace, and justice. They are also known as global goals, and they were adopted by UN member states in 2015. The 17 goals are all interconnected, and in order to leave no one behind, it is important we achieve all them by 2030. The beauty of the goals is that everyone can contribute. Every contribution, either small or big, will make an impact on our world. Overall, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals contain 169 indicator targets and 231 indicators for monitoring the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. We obviously won't go through all of them right now, but you can find all needed information on sustainabledevelopment.un.org.
Such challenges obviously cannot be achieved by politicians alone. We believe that we will all need to come together and do our part. This means that we also in BEST believe that we have a responsibility to use our network to raise awareness and to take action. To talk about a bit more about these hot topics and its connection to young people and NGOs, we have three amazing guests with us. First, we have Anrita Reis from Coimbra, the current service content the service content coordination project coordinator from BEST. Simon Reis from Ghent, the president of the local BEST group in Ghent, and Paulina Copton from Gliwice, the current vice president for services in the international board of BEST. It's definitely a pleasure to having you all three here. You are all more than knowledgeable on this topic, and the actions that BEST has been taken. We have a few questions for you to sort of introduce the topic of sustainable development and youth action related to it. First, I'd like to ask, what do you think will be the biggest change in the Sustainable Development Goals and their execution after the pandemic? I see Paulina, can you maybe start?
Yes, sure. Okay, I was thinking a bit about this for the past days while attending other keynotes and sessions of the virtual summit. And for me, I would say that we will be struggling with poverty and the hunger problem. So this would be the main challenges for us, and maybe the focus will be a bit more shifted towards these goals.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. This will indeed be be affected most heavily with the current economic repercussions that we're seeing. Rita, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I agree with Paulina. I guess the focus will be shifting a little bit. And actually, I was reading in the past few weeks about this because right now there are a lot of already published articles about this. And like right now, we are seeing that there is a tremendous focus and, well, a clear one on our public health and the well-being of people. So in that sustainable development goal, a lot of work is being done, but in the other ones, there are not being too much concerns, I'll say, and possibly with this economic crisis that may appear, some problems can appear, for example, for the decent work and the economic growth, because for sure, some people will lose their jobs, some people will struggle with finances. So I guess after this pandemic, we kind of have to see what is down, let's say, and focus on that.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, Rita. Once again, the economic repercussions will also be felt on a very personal level for many people, going from young graduates all the way to current professionals. Simon, you would also like to say something here.
Yes. So I think there will for sure be a little loss of progress on some fields, like Paulina and Rita already said. and it will be up to us, everyone, the people, to this is life after the pandemic is for countries kind of new start, getting back to normal life, and it's now time that we should think how are we going to start up everything again with the sustainability and sustainable development into our minds, and in order to work from the beginning on it, like, okay, there will be more poverty. People who already had difficulties lost their job. They have more difficulties now. Now it's our task, the task of all the nations, to work on that again in a sustainable way, because we want it long lasting. And I think that will be very important in the near future.
Yeah, definitely. I think you sort of summarized it very well, what the major repercussions will be of this crisis. Well, then actually, next thing is kind of logically, we're all here as young people, as organized youth, as potential young graduates. We will soon be entering the job market and more be putting our stamp on the future. So what do you think is the role of young people in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and mostly in adapting them to sort of post-COVID time? Rita.
Okay, I really do think that we as young people, and every young people, has a really tremendous power that sometimes we are not that aware of it, but we have a really tremendous power. We are the employees of the future, so we may make our chances and our options and our life options based on okay, what is better for the world? What can I do as a single person that can achieve a better world altogether? And this can pass, of course, like being more eco-friendly in the days, choosing, for example, a company where you want to work that you know that is doing some work and some notable work on the Sustainable Development Goals. And also we have like this access to media and to infinite information. So we may have the power and, well, I would say even the responsibility to educate some generations that are not that aware. And when I say, well, these generations will be like the older generation. So teach our parents, teach our grandparents, our uncles, well, our family together. You can like bring your family together and do a session about sustainable development goals and give a lecture. So yes.
Yeah. Once again, sort of taking individual action in making sure that our immediate surroundings understand the problem, understand where we need to go, understand what we need to work on. Definitely a very powerful thing, this kind of individual action. I see, Simon, that you also would like to add something.
So it is indeed true. We young people are the future. We are the ones that are going to execute the goals, the SDGs, because we are the generation that is soon going to work. And if you see often on the newspapers and on the news that experts claim that this pandemic is the beginning. It's just a beginning, and it will happen more in the future. So if that is true, we need to be prepared for that, and we need to educate ourselves to the fullest in order to be able to deal with this, because the SDGs were always already a bit very ambitious, and they tackle the biggest problems in the world. But now, with this pandemic behind us, it is that little bit more challenging. And if this is true, what experts claim, it's going to become harder and harder, and we should be able to tackle that with a very proper education.
Yeah. As usual, and now more than ever, the education and making sure you are educated yourself is very, very important. I think is an important thing to mention whenever we're talking about such issues. Paulina, would you also like to add something?
Yes, I would like to say that I fully agree with Rita, that we are kind of ambassadors of SDGs of the youth, especially the STEM students, since we as engineers will be the ones responsible for working on SDGs in the industry. So more than the other branches, we will be involved in that. And also what Simon said, that yeah, we will have even more challenges in the future. So we need to be up to date with the current information on SDGs. So taking some time and reading or doing some research on SDGs, and also thinking how we can improve it in the future.
Yeah, thank you all three for these insights. I think it's very clear that we all believe that young people should take action first and foremost. Whatever it is, they should take action. Should make sure that we are working for our own future in the end, and we can't really expect at this point that our future will be made for us. It's always kind of back. The responsibility will remain on ourselves. We've mostly talked about individual action right now, sort of influencing our direct environment. We also mentioned issues like education. We are part of a student association, so I would like to ask, what do you believe is the role of student NGOs in young people's involvement and in matters of education when it comes to sustainability? Paulina, go ahead.
Well, as the NGO organizing the activities that are raising the awareness on SDGs is a very important thing. And not only raising the awareness, but also putting people into action and working on some solutions on SDGs. We already have some activities like this, Don't Invest. We were working on some topics connected to SDGs for our engineering competition, EBEC. Or we're thinking about having some training about SDGs. It's only a plan, but sounds like a good investment for the future. Yeah, I think that's the good example, but we probably can do much more. And also using our network, showing on our media that we are working on SDGs, not only to showcase that we are working on SDGs, but also to raise the awareness and to reach more young people.
Yeah, definitely. I think the last point is very relevant, that we are, amongst other student NGOs, we all have reasonably large networks. We have the capacity to reach people, sort of the boots on the ground, that we can employ very effectively to increase the awareness of such issues all over Europe, the world, wherever the NGO is active. Rita, would you like to add your point of view here?
Yes, well, I totally agree with Paulina, especially in the part of our network, due to our big network and the impact that we may have and the reach that we have in all Europe. Like, if we just think on that, yeah, we were talking about individual actions. So if all of these individuals come together, we can truly achieve like amazing outcomes. And also, like, we can start like from small steps. We can start to educate our members first. If we already do that and achieve that, it's already a big thing. And then, of course, we have all of these pool of opportunities and activities that we may invest to our external students, and together with our stakeholders, we can achieve and do some really amazing activities. I think it's just, well, something to explore, and also can be sometimes a little bit overwhelming, because as Paulina was saying, if we start like investigating on this, there is so many information right now about sustainable development goals. It can be a little bit overwhelming, but then if we can just like, okay, like low key a little bit and think, okay, what can I do? What can I start doing? We don't have to start doing and, you know, I don't know, find a cure to some disease or something. We can start on small actions and then escalate it. So yeah. My voice break a little bit, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Definitely, basically, we can see student NGOs as a platform for small groups of people to start taking action, to create sort of a grassroots movement, to start actual changes in larger society. Last, we have Simon. You can also share something.
I think that I agree with everything that was already said. We act as a connection between students amongst them, but also as a connection between students and, for example, companies and education and, yeah, things like the United Nations and the Sustainable Development Goals. And it is our duty to act as a facilitator here, into the raising the awareness of the SDGs and taking as much young people with us and reaching as many of them, because as we said before, they are the ones who are going to need to do it.
Okay, thank you all for these wonderful answers. Rita, you want to add something?
Yeah, sorry for interrupt. I just want to add something and share something with everyone that may be listening to us, because when I started investigating and reading about sustainable development goals, I got a bit overwhelmed due to the many information that may have. But I wanted to share one application that I found, that it's called the SDGs in Action. You can download to your phone, that shows how you as an individual, and then maybe later in the future as a company representative, as a member of an NGO, can take action and sustainable development goals and incorporate that in your everyday life. So I really think it's really beneficial for everyone. So I encourage everyone to download it and to take action.
Thank you, Rita. That's actually an amazing suggestion, and I hope that people who are listening to us, watching us, will listen to you and download it. You know how they say the change begins with you, and we are setting an example as young leaders, as role models to all of our surroundings, and we should have, or at least try to have an impact on it. So I'm sure that we can keep talking about this topic for hours, as it is complex and interesting. But luckily, that is why we are having today and tomorrow filled with exciting sessions of Best Virtual Summit. Sene, what can we expect in the next 2 days?
In the next 2 days, there will once again be a set of keynotes by multiple interesting organizations, this time on sustainable development and the effects of the pandemic. We'll have speakers from Atos, Babele, the Student Platform for Engineering Education Development, Social Fair, Politecnico di Torino, the World Economic Forum, and a few from the United Nations. Additionally, tonight there will be one more episode of the podcast that has been going on for the past few days. This time sort of to share the student perspective again on sustainable development to finish the night. Then tomorrow, after the keynotes, there will also be a panel discussion where leaders of large European student associations will be talking about youth involvement in sustainable development. This will include people from the Erasmus Student Network, Esteem, IG, and BEST. Then lastly, tomorrow evening, there will be workshops from Atos and also training sessions provided by certified trainers from BEST. And then, not to forget, tomorrow evening there will also be a music night. Once again, an opportunity for you all to network, to also meet each other, instead of only watching the live stream, an evening full of interaction, where we all very happily will be welcoming you. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Okay, thank you everyone for being here. It was lovely talking to you, and thank to our guests for joining us. And we came to the very end of this opening block. And also we would like to thank all of you for joining us. And we hope that you will have an amazing time in the upcoming 2 days. To all the viewers, stay tuned for the first keynote of the day on insights and trends in the global response to the COVID-19 induced crisis by Massimiliano Riva from the UN. And goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm one of the alumni of the organization, and I'm excited to kick off today's sessions with our first guest. He's working for the Joint SDG Fund, which is an entity of the United Nations. His educational background is in economics and international policies, but he has very deep expertise in sustainable and innovative finance. He's in fact a senior investment advisor contributing to the UN work. Massimiliano Riva, Max, thanks for your availability today. And I know your job is to set up new approaches and new schemes to get better and higher financing to the SDGs. And I know you're also that your work supports the SDG finance, especially in developing countries. And guys, I do encourage you to type your questions on our social media or the Slido link. And he has over 15 years experience in both the private and public sectors. So, and he's managing quite large initiatives as well at the UN. So do share your questions. And I think maybe Max will have some questions for you too. So do get ready to interact. And Max, I know that today you want to present some insights and trends in the global response to the crisis brought by COVID-19.
Yes, and thank you for the introduction and welcome to everyone. It's my first time to speak with the best audience. It's a nice word for you to be described, I guess. As I was introduced, I work for the United Nations, and if you tell in 2 or 3 words, I need to find good money for good purposes. So that has been how I would try to present myself and interact with you. As I was explained, the objective is really to try to have an interaction with you. I will start with some highlights of particular aspects of the response to the, of course, to what has happened to the world in the past 3 months or so. But I will try to also be focused and hopefully engage you in some sub areas that are actually of your interest for your career and your or current studies and future studies. So if that's okay, I will start with this short presentation, and then very happy to have, I think about 15 minutes or so, depends how I'm good with timing and timing myself with interaction after. So let me get on with the presentation. I think you can see it. This wall, I'm not sure how to describe, but a series of sessions that we are having is about the SDGs and the COVID. So you have heard quite a number of bad news, I think. I would just guess, or probably you just watch out of your window and you probably is not the same world you have seen a few months ago. So I would not really try to speak a lot about how kind of bad the situation is. I think you pretty know that well. It's important, however, to keep everyone in mind that the situation is much worse for the ones that have less. So, and probably studying in some leading European institutions or university, probably you're not. So you are still probably among the lucky ones. The ones that might even not see COVID or might not even have any direct interaction with COVID will feel the pain, mostly to the economic recession that will follow. This is one of the most recent studies of the World Bank that looked at the impact of the crisis, mostly through economic lenses. And the risk is that between 70 and 100 million people in developing countries can go back to what is extreme poverty. So this is less than $1.92 a day, if you wish. And as you can see in the screen, the situation got a bit worse by month, like April, June. And we are still, economists still have difficulties in projecting what will happen. And hopefully some of those scenarios are only in papers and graphs or presentation like mine, and won't become reality, but the risk is very high. So the risk is basically to have a substantial increase in poverty worldwide, and particularly in the countries that were trying to make a strive out of it, and will experience a kickback. And that's always very painful. So in this situation, it's important to consider that's is happening in Europe, in the US, but it's also happening in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Those are different poverty lines, but the message is clear. The people at risk are the most vulnerable. So the try solutions and whatever kind of solution, like financial, economic, technological, should always be aware of that. As was said before, my kind of area and where I work, my work every day is to try to influence, if you wish, how money flows, and particularly to try to align and direct those flows of money, which can be private or public, to the objective of the Sustainable Development Goals. And what we have seen as a result of the crisis, and this is actually reality. The first slide was hopefully a pessimistic economic forecast, but that was the reality. Is like what will happen to the crisis, and this is the line, the red line, is that money flew out of developing countries immediately, just when the crisis almost reached first spikes. I would say after the 45 days, you see that a massive amount of resources, like much faster than other global crises, like the 2008 financial crisis, China currency devaluation crisis, and other crises that have hit the world in the past decade or so. The sudden move of these resources was much more immediate. So what this has created is a situation where this money was invested in infrastructure, in companies, and suddenly it was taken out. You see that in developed countries, probably where you study, that enterprises have liquidity crisis, have problem access money. People do too. But you can think, what is a situation if from that country a massive amount of money suddenly was moved to another country? So they literally don't have many options. A lot of developing countries rely for basic household maintenance issues, family issues, on remittances and other private flows. And those flows, as people got unemployed in developed countries, means that these transfers were stopped. And that actually means that people may not be able anymore to go to school or access emergency care or other improvement in their lifestyle and accessing to the scope of the 17 SDGs. So that is a bit of the situation that that we have. So one in which the poorest and the most vulnerable are at more risk, and where capital is not actually at that risk. If you look at stock exchanges, they're not doing much bad actually compared to the real society, and where, however, money was suddenly moved away. So a lot of what we will tell you next is ways that we are trying to do to stop those trends and try to revert them. So how? There are four trends that were already in action before the crisis hit. And those trends were in favor of the SDGs, in favor of aligning money to the objectives, to development objectives from women empowerment, healthcare, climate change. So what were those trends and why those are even more important today? The first one, and probably speak to some of you at least, is about fintech. So this is about innovation, technologically driven innovation in the financial sector. This is about crowdfunding platforms. This is about blockchain solution attached to financial asset management or financial transfer or remittances or any kind of financial market related issues. And what has fintech allowed is to open access to certain services at much lower cost to a much larger audience. So that's the first one. and is a trend that, of course, as you know and study related subject, is only going to increase. So how some of the services that were limited to a very few can actually be opened up beyond boundaries. The second one is a behavioral change. People are more aware, and starting with millennials and all generations after, to care more for where they invest their money, where they put their investment in. So people are much more keener not to put investments in carbon, in oil and oil explorations or coal mines. And as a result, you see money coming out of those sectors that produce negative externalities, negative impact to others that are instead positive. For example, green technologies, renewable energy. So this is a change of mindset from investor and saving institutions and financial sector to respect and integrate those considerations. Are we there? No, but there is a behavioral change. The third one, also very much related to technology, is to connect what you invest in with an impact that can be measured. And for example, satellite information, all kind of different technologies allow now to measure much better what is the impact of what you do. So if you want to stop deforestation in Brazil, you now can easily look it by above the heart and look at what is the actual impact of certain decisions and certain investment decisions. So we are now much more able to link what is an SDG impact, positive impact, with what you do. And that, of course, connects to the other two, right? If you can do things with more people and faster and cheaper, and if you have people that are willing to do it, and you have means that allow them to know if what they invest is good, you cannot have a positive wave of supporting factors. And the last part is about public incentives. That's about in Europe, the new plan, the European Commission. So it's about rebuilding it better. It's about having green, and I'm sure that you have heard that, at least in Europe and in many other countries, China and around the world, a bit less in the US, I'm afraid, but that it provides an enabling environment and incentives to have this transaction of industry and capital. If there's a huge amount of money that is still there and has not actually accrued huge losses from the crisis, can be actually put into the economy for social and environmental purposes, then the response to COVID can be very much different. So that's where we are working on. So just to give you a few more pointers of evidence, and then I will conclude by referring to our own work. So fintech, right? Why fintech is possible also for developing countries? Because it has grown the use of mobile networks. Almost all countries now, even in Africa, have access to 3G or 4G. Like even 7 years ago, I was in a remote location in Malawi, which is one of the poorest countries in Africa. And I was for a one-day excursion, and the taxi driver who rented the car was, I'm not sure if Uber was already there, but was trying to use Twitter to get customers. So the use of technology is much more rapid than we may think. So if we offer them, for example, fintech platform, those may be usable on the same day or soon after. And here is just a measure of the growth of mobile phone use. The second one is speaks to the second point, which is about this responsible investment. So it has grown from almost close to, I will not say zero, but to very low amounts, to almost 30 trillion. So this is and you can see the data from 2012 to 2018, how it almost tripled in less than a decade. I mean, is not a small news. Is that all good news? Absolutely not. There is a lot of greenwashing and SDG washing around there. But our objective is really to try to make those hopes, at least those readiness to take action, real. So that is what the interest has changed. And if you see 30 trillion is a big amount. The world economy is 80 trillion, to give you a comparison. So that speaks to and those are just examples of things that can be done. Let me conclude on what we do in the fund that I'm currently managing a large grant facility for the United Nations, and we help countries to make those changes, to influence those changes, to align those public and private resources to the SDGs. And we do that in two ways. And those have been structured around the component of our granting modalities. So the first one we call component one is about creating an enabling environment for private investment and public investment to be aligned with the SDGs. What it means is about matrix, it's about regulations that make compulsory for stock exchanges to include environmental disclosure for large companies. So those are the enabling measures that can make it happen. So then where are companies, investors, and government that want to do it, they can do it better and faster. And we have just approved last week intervention in about 67 countries, developing countries, to help that to emerge. The second component is a bit of a more innovative and proof of concept. So we will invest in a smaller number of ideas. Could be about how to save coral reefs, could be how to make affordable health access to health in remote locations, COVID or not COVID, and how to make it sustainable financially. So we will invest in a subset of activities in developing countries to show that it's possible. We know that it is possible in Europe, in the US, in China, but we don't know, then people don't know if it's possible in Comoros, Malawi, or the poorest regions of the world. So that's what we are trying to do. And you can find more in our website, of course, and in the material that we produce. Before I open the floor for the question, just that we appreciate youth engagement as a fund that was created by the United Nations. We are part of a resolution approved by all head of states, is that we also believe that in this process, we believe in youth engagement. And there are, of course, many different ways to do that. It's about attract and form human capital, help you to get to careers that do good. But also is to hear your voice and ideas. We have a small corner, which we call a youth corner, where we want to hear from people like you about ideas about the SDGs. So if you want to engage with us, I suggest to contact my colleagues, and I'm sure the organizer will share the presentation with you, and or to get to our website and get in touch with them and share with us your story. That's all from me, and you have some of my details, and of course of our fund, and how this links with our attempt to respond and to make the building better the future in after COVID. So thank you for the opportunity. I hope this was interesting. I know that I touched some maybe concepts that might not be known to you, I don't know, but don't hesitate to ask those questions, and I'm happy to elaborate what really responsible investment is, or what can be the role of fintech, and give you some examples. So I'll stop here, and I understand that you have some questions, and so I'm happy to go over, and I invite you to write to the different means that I understand the organizers are using. Over.
Excellent, thank you, Max. And indeed, I see the Joint SDG Fund is passionate about youth engagement. So guys, do check their youth corner on their website. And Max, knowing this student organization best, I know it generates several entrepreneurs. So I hope their startups will address these insights and trends as well. And one question for you would be, you already mentioned fintech, responsible investments, and so on. But for example, fintech companies, so fintech startups, what kind of fintech would be more relevant for the situation? I know you mentioned crowdfunding platforms. Any other idea? I think I'm asking this on one hand, to help young entrepreneurs to decide what kind of startups that they may launch that may be interesting in this context that you described. And on the other hand, for fresh graduates who will look for a job and just to understand where, how they can be more employable, let's say, where the opportunities are, basically.
Yeah, sure.
I know it's not an easy question, but
no, it cannot be a single answer. But you know, there are different pointers. But let's also keep in mind that, you know, if you want to build a new Facebook, it was not there before, right? So some of it also of you know, some of the secret of innovations is, you know, is not necessarily to maybe create something absolutely new, but it has not to be there, right? So a lot of it is try to think of things that may be applied in other sector that can be made relevant. But let me give you some examples to make it clear. For example, some of those are companies. So a lot of the financing that we implement is to financing companies and startups that do this kind of work. So for example, I was in touch with an entrepreneur, in this case, a US entrepreneur, a young entrepreneur, also from actually with a background in tech and engineering. He basically set up a kind of Uber for motorcycles in Rwanda and Congo Republic. Okay. This is actually quite important to guarantee safe rides, particularly for women. And he also, for example, created women, how you call them, drivers, so that they can be picked up by women so that they reduce the risk of harassment and violence. It also offered those services at a reasonable cost in areas that would have otherwise be related to negotiations and not very much of uncompetitive scenarios. So this is one example. Another example is and those are bigger ones and mostly funded and created in developed countries, but now also starting in China and India, is, for example, to create, we work with Trine, which is a company in Sweden and UK. And what they do, they use crowdfunding to fund solar projects in Eastern Africa. So they specifically use the funding from individuals to fund solar, mostly solar programs in Eastern Africa. And those options are all open to you. Those are just two examples. Of course, there are many more. And to think creatively is also to try to solve some of the issue of the public sector. And I give you one last example. In the poor countries, a lot of people have some assets, but they are not registered. And so they cannot ask for a loan. So we were trying to explore what are blockchain solutions with the government for those kind of assets, a motorcycle, or the car, to be valued and be used as a collateral to get a loan. And I will stop here. In terms of, I guess the question about type of profile is a bit more complex. I mean, you need all the type of specialists that can make this happen. So it's from entrepreneurs, it's from specialists that design those applications, up to, of course, salesmen and marketing people.
Yeah, thank you, Max. And we have another question that's more related to the joint SDG fund, whether it manages directly the funds or advising investment funds in investing in particular markets?
Yes, so we do have a double role. We are not an investment fund, so we don't directly invest in company. We do indirectly. We are kind of fund of fund. Our concept is that we have a small amount. I mean, we have about 100 million this year, but it's very small if you consider it to the 30 trillion or the number of countries. So what we try to invest is in initiatives that make those investments possible. For example, regulations for responsible green investments, incentives, tax deduction, and different types of things. And that is our component one, with no investment. The second one is instead a bit different, and what is the proof of concept. And in this case, we can provide grant capital and patient capital to actual investment initiatives. But our role is not of a bank. We are trying to be a bridge of what can happen and what can happen without us. So what type of investment will not happen without our intervention? So that would be a short answer. Of course, it's a bit complex, but I would say we first try to work on the conditions for those markets to develop. And the second, we carefully pick a few proof of concept that we can support directly.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's clear. And this fund also supports youth NGOs?
The way that we operate is so we finance initiatives, and those initiatives which are country-led. So we don't implement our programs. So we don't fund directly NGOs, sorry, and social society. But what we fund may fund NGOs and civil society. Keep in mind that our work is only in developing countries.
Yeah. And then you also have the youth corner you talked about before. So yeah, that's very good, very good. And yeah, I think for today, that's it. Yeah, if I ask even one more question, then we risk to run out, because I also have quite a few complex ones. But thank you very much, Max, for joining us. It was really interesting, and I hope our followers will connect with you as well through the your contact details that you shared. And I want to allow also a smooth transition into our next session. So let's say goodbye to Max for now, but do stay connected, because SDG in a post-COVID world is what's coming next. So stay tuned, and thank you.
Thank you for inviting. Have a good day. Good night.
You too. Bye.
Hello everyone, I am Fabrizio Gennaro and I will be facilitating today's keynote. I have the pleasure to have here John Hall and Alexandra Knuppe. Thank you, John, and thank you, Alexandra. Alexandra is the Senior Vice President and Global Head of Corporate Social Responsibility at Atos. As a Global Head for Corporate Social Responsibility, Alexandra orchestrates and manages all sustainability programs at Atos. She has many years of experience in communication, marketing, and business development of complex IT services. And with this experience, Alexandra follows a clear direction. Digital technologies can contribute to a sustainable society. John Hall, he is the Head of Strategy and Portfolio Atos UK and I, Atos Fellow and Editor-in-Chief for the Atos scientific community. He is a chartered engineer with more than 30 years across industry IT and general management experience in the energy, manufacturing, and public sectors. He is responsible for the strategy and governance underpinning the Atos UK and I portfolio, and he's also co-author of a recently published book on digital transformation, with a particular focus on industrial data platforms, blockchain, ethical AI, and the gig economy. John?
Thank you very much indeed, Fabrizio, and it's a real pleasure to be with you today on this live stream. What Alexandra and I would like to do is take you on a quick journey through our thoughts around the future of Sustainable Development Goals. And particularly what I'd like to do is start with positioning the challenge and the opportunity of Sustainable Development Goals in the context of where we find ourselves in this hopefully emerging post-COVID world. So I'm going to give a few insights to there to maybe stimulate some of your thoughts about what is changing in our world today. Then I'm going to hand over to Alexandra, who's going to take us through a reminder of some of the objectives and the framework behind SDGs, and then take us through 4 specific examples. So to start off with, I thought it was really interesting to give a digital perspective on what the COVID pandemic has revealed about businesses' digital maturity and society's response to that. And I've got 4 thoughts on this, and then I'm going to balance that with 4 thoughts about what the new normal might be. So first of all, when we look at the digital maturity of businesses, I think it's been hugely insightful in terms of exposing businesses that have had either really good, deep-rooted digital maturity, they've been able to deal with the crisis, and those that perhaps thought they'd gone through digital transformation, thought that they were digitally mature, but actually it was proven that their capabilities were actually quite superficial. And they're the ones that have tended to really struggle in this crisis. They've failed to scale up, they've failed to be able to adapt. Now, one really interesting thing is that it's not just those businesses that themselves were highly digital, it's those that recognized the need to be in some kind of digital ecosystem. And this will be important in our thinking later on. So by way of example, restaurants who were able to be part of a multi-sided ecosystem like Just Eat or Deliveroo, even though they themselves didn't necessarily have a really strong online and digital presence, they were able to keep going on the back of other digital platforms. So the importance of digital maturity in ongoing success of business during crisis is really important. Second thing that I would point out is that for me, it's really been fascinating that what perhaps was previously perceived to be impossible almost becomes impossible now, but almost becomes possible now. So think about COVID tracing apps. Who would have thought just a few months ago that people would willingly allow their locations and their proximity to other people to be actively tracked to help understand the growth or otherwise of the pandemic? And I think we've got to understand that we've gone through a change in attitudes to data and privacy. It'll be interesting to see whether that continues. Third thing I would pull out is that I think the pandemic has proven that collective efforts really can bring results. And we've seen that in local communities, the way people have rallied round and tried to deal with problems, but also we've seen the impact of changing behaviors, collective changing behaviors on things like air pollution. So I know there's many statistics out there, but certainly for some in the UK, we've got some very interesting numbers. So first of all, we know that the lethality of the COVID virus is very much greater where there's been high air pollution in the past. So for example, 83% of fatalities occurred in geographic regions where nitrogen dioxide levels were very high. But since lockdown, since travel has been reduced massively, nitrogen dioxide levels have fallen hugely, in some areas by up to 50%. Carbon monoxide levels are lower by between 7 and 21% in some areas. So that small change in a couple of months has made a huge difference to problems that people thought were going to take decades to solve previously. And I think our mindsets have changed as well. And the big question is whether those mindset shifts of working from home, of doing more things collaboratively, more online, whether that is just a temporary shift in change or whether it will become a new normal. I know that some people are itching to get back to the way things were, but will that actually happen or will there be a big change? So with those kind of 4 digital perspectives on what I think COVID has revealed, I'd like us to go on and think about if there is going to be a new normal, what is that likely to be and how is that going to influence the way we respond to the challenges of sustainable development goals. So the first one is, unfortunately, it's going to be the case that many businesses will not be able to recover from the COVID pandemic. We see particularly small and medium enterprises really struggling, but also really big businesses that have failed to be able to keep going through the crisis and will really struggle to get going again. Now, that is really tragic in terms of job losses and the impact on the economy, but it will also mean, I think, that there will be a new opportunity for new businesses to grow and start up, and hopefully to do so with a new mindset in terms of approaches to sustainability. And could this crisis that we've gone through be a watershed moment that changes the nature of sustainability of businesses? Next thing is that, again, unfortunately, we're going to be entering an era where nations and businesses and individuals are going to be highly indebted. The investment the governments are making to try and keep the economy going are building up huge national debts. The bailing out of companies is making companies now highly dependent on public sector funding. And I think what this will mean is that as businesses do seek to come out of the crisis, the way they do so will be very heavily government influenced. And a classic example of this is the automotive industry, where car companies are saying, help us out of the situation we've got. We've got all these diesel cars, petrol cars that are sitting as stock, and we need to be able to get rid of them. And in some countries, the government response has been, no, if you're going to recover and if you need our help to do so, you need to do so in a sustainable way. So we want investments that we offer you support with to be focused on things like electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles. So the recovery will be heavily government influenced. And I think the last thing is that attitudes to data sharing are going to change. And I kind of hinted at that data privacy thing about COVID tracking and tracing. Could that start to change in a wider aspect? So not just in terms of personal data privacy, but the willingness of businesses to share data, to collaborate more, to create collaborative ecosystems. So going back to the kind of Just Eat or Deliveroo platform example, could businesses work in more B2B multi-sided markets where they're more willing to share intellectual property and data insights to bring more robustness to their business, to make their supply chains more sustainable, and so on. So those are a few thought provokers to get you to just think a little bit more deeply about the future of SDGs. I'm now going to hand over to Alexandra.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. So, talking about SDGs, I would like to get back to the term corporate social responsibility. The question is, what is sustainable? You know, coming from different perspectives, coming from different businesses, topics. You know, there's slightly to be a discussion. You know, what is really sustainable? What is a sustainable behavior, sustainable business? And what are the targets? You know, what are the goals that need to be achieved? So, and the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, they actually help to find a common language, a common understanding. What are the sustainable targets that need to be achieved? So the SDGs, they have been, I would say, finalized in 2015, and they have been actually signed by all members of the United Nations. They summarize a big bunch of targets in these 17 goals. And it's definitely worth to have a look on the webpage, the Sustainable Development Goals webpage. I placed the link here. Please go to this webpage and study a little. But what's so interesting about SDGs is that in sustainability or in CSR, it's about proof and evidence, and it's about being transparent. You know, it's not enough to state good ambitions. It's not enough to talk about good. It's actually necessary to discuss what is good. You know, what is to do something good for the planet, to do something good for society. How to align forces, how to align common activities. You know, to get the biggest strengths on the most important targets. What are the groups in society that need to be considered? And the SDGs, they actually provide a common set of targets, a common way how to achieve this. And quite interesting, if you go on this webpage, you even get a yearly feedback and a yearly reflection what has been achieved. And what's interesting as well, and this is really important, especially in regards to corporate social responsibility in a business perspective, to each goal has a set of indicators to measure where are we, what is the target, what needs to be achieved, what is the result by now. And many companies, they use these indicators as well to track their own ambition and to show their own track road, and to measure their milestones. So I like to use SDGs as a common structure, and I would like to point out a few examples how technology can provide to SDGs. When I started dealing with SDGs, I noticed that IT and digital has not been really a topic. You know, if you go to this webpage and you read about the targets, about the goals, and you read what already has been done, IT, I would say, was not the most important topic or not the most important measure. It was not even part of the agenda. I would say they started in about, I don't know, maybe 2017, 2018. That it slowly started that we need to talk about digital and IT to support a sustainable growth. Let's call it this way. And as I said, this slightly changes now. And me personally, I think that we have to use technology to assess all these SDGs and see what technology can provide and how technology can support the specific goals. And I think it has to be a value proposition. You know, acting sustainably and acting in a way though so that we help the planet, help society at all. have a look at all these SDGs, support these targets, this needs to become a value proposition. It needs to become a business target to use, in this case, our competencies, technology to support the targets. So to mention a few examples here, environmental for green, IT for green. Actually, you need to consider two perspectives. It's of course that technology needs to become greener, the technology itself. We need to think about what is the energy to provide data center? How can we switch to greener energy to feed all these big data centers that are necessary for cloud environment, for example, or other applications or services that are actually based and using data center maintenance. And then you need to think as well, how can IT or digital be used to achieve sustainable targets? So, and I mentioned one example here. This is of course, using virtual technologies to reduce traveling. But in general, it's all about reducing efficiency. You can use technology, you can use digital processes to improve the efficiency, and efficiency very often leads to a reduction of raw material. So it's not only talking about energy or energy reduction, it's also using technology or digital processes to use less of specific raw material. There are various examples, but this, I would say, has the biggest impact. So then, of course, we need to talk about new ways of working. And we all noticed this here during COVID. Suddenly, it was possible. Suddenly it was no issue to virtual meetings like we do this today. It was fine to meet virtually. Actually, I noticed that I developed a completely new way of interacting with my colleagues, with my teams, meeting via all these virtual platforms. I slightly changed my way of communication because you need to communicate in a different way if you do not really physically see yourself and each other, which was very interesting. So, and I guess it's obvious that businesses, companies that had this maturity of digitalization, they did better in this crisis, and they actually survived in this crisis, and sometimes even gained some growth and gained some benefit. And I think it was partly a kind of wake-up call for businesses to see that they need to be prepared. And they need to be prepared because, unfortunately, I think that COVID was not the only and last occasion to think about more digitalization and being prepared to handle crises. So then virtualization, as we just said, again, a measure to save resources. Examples, you do not need to send field workers, remote field workers to some construction site or whatever to make them work. You can actually lead them via virtual or digital twins. You can do online trainings. You can work online like we do. We all do this right now. In the COVID crisis, telemedicine and remote treatment has become very, very important. And it was interesting to see that doctors actually now tried and used to treat and talk to their patients remotely, which is great. Of course, this is not covering everything you need to do in this relation doctor-patient, but at least it's a help, it's a support. And then what John already said, data becomes very, very important. First of all, of course, to again achieve a kind of efficiency and efficiency increase. But I think, especially touching and combining with our topic here, COVID, data management needs to support us to be faster, to get faster insights and gain speed, handling crises. For example, here, fight COVID, to exchange about treatments, exchange about any kind of scientific insights and results, to share information, to share data, to help other countries, other units that may are not that far and need some support. So I think data efficiency with all pros and cons, well aware that we have, constraints and doubts in regards to data management and data curation. But I think especially in this COVID crisis, we noticed that data exchange and the usage of knowledge needs to become more and more important. So, and I added some of these SDGs to close this, please have a look, study the SDGs. It's really interesting, and you will find a lot more examples how technology could support sustainable targets. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Alexandra. I would like to ask you some questions that are coming from our listeners. First of all, more and more companies are currently focused on SDGs, and it is quite visible how you embrace them and actually care about them. Do you think there can be companies that do it just to better promote themselves? If yes, how do you think these could impact on the outcomes of the SDGs?
Sorry, the question wasn't completely clear, Fabrizio. You were breaking up for me a little bit. Could you repeat the first part of the question?
Yes, and I would also like to bring the screen to make it for the stream. I also wrote the question in the chat, and it is more and more companies are currently focusing on SDGs, and it is visible how you embrace them and actually care about them. Do you think there can be companies that do it just to better promote themselves? If yes, how could this impact on the outcomes of the SDGs?
Yeah, John, if you don't mind, I would take this. So first of all, even if companies would just use the SDG to better promote themselves, I wouldn't mind, because if this would lead to the fact that they really do something, that they really try to support the SDGs, I don't mind to promote these activities and to promote this. There's nothing bad on doing good and communicate that you're doing good. But the good part on SDGs is that it's quite clear what you need to achieve. It's quite clear that you need to meet those indicators. And as I said, in CSR, it's all about proof and evidence. There's no chance to do something good without providing proof. So you need to provide so-called non-financial reporting, CSR reporting, all kind of KPIs and related data and figures to prove that you do something good. So answer, yes, I'm sure that companies use the SDGs to promote themselves better. If this leads to sustainable results, I'm completely fine with this.
If I could just add very quickly, I think there's going to be increasing focus on demonstrating the veracity of information that's shared. So there's a lot of focus now on proving things like supply chains, where has food come from and how's it been processed. We're working on a number of initiatives that are working on how can we use technologies like blockchain, distributed ledgers, to prove the veracity of information that's being shared right across supply chains. And I think there'll be more and more focus on this there will really be nowhere to hide in terms of, doing things properly.
And the next question is, from your presentation, it is clear that you focus your efforts on the SDGs that are more connected to your area. What advantages do you see in this approach?
Do you want to go, Alexandra, or me first?
Yeah, I can start. You would like to add then? So I think it's quite logic that we focus on the SDGs that are most close to our area, because this is our area of excellence, expertise, competency. Of course, this is the biggest lever. Atos is a leading technology player. It would be a shame if you would not focus on the SDGs that are most close to us. But I can tell you, you know, these are the examples I mentioned here because they were quite obvious. This, you know, the weight or the SDGs we need to target differs from the stakeholder we're talking to. For example, you as students, you have specific expectations from us, you know, at Atos. I don't know, I assume maybe supporting environmental topics, diversity topics and so on. If I talk to other stakeholders, NGOs, politicians, clients, you know, the expectation changes. So we mentioned the example today that are most close to us because this is our area of expertise. But finally, it's up to the stakeholder, to our, you know, dialogue partner, what we need to focus. And this is the nice thing on the SDGs. All participants, all stakeholders, they actually can speak the same language because they all use the SDGs as a base to explain what they target.
So I think this question goes to the heart of the balance between green IT and IT for green. So as Alexandra says, and clearly we got to have our own house in order and be able to deliver green IT, but we're in a great position serving our clients in helping them to apply technology to deliver green services in whatever industry they happen to be. So it's not just about doing things that is our core area of expertise, but helping our clients achieve sustainable development goals as well.
Thank you. The next question is, are there any SDGs that are not aligned with Atos' mission and vision?
I wouldn't say that there are any SDGs that are not aligned. There are SDGs that are just that far away from our business that there's not that much we can contribute. You know, there's not that much what we can really do for this SDG. And I guess this is the only reason that we have a focus area touching specific SDGs and others that are not that in our focus. But this, again, this is due to the fact that we would like to support as best as we can, you know, coming from our expertise from technology. This is the only reason.
Yeah, agreed. You know, we've got to do things that we can positively influence. But if you look at our Atos raison d'etre, the key part of that is to help our customers grow, develop sustainably. So in that sense, then absolutely nothing's off limits. But it's about focusing on things that we can make an impact.
So it's more about different focus rather than an alignment. Okay. Well, Alexandra, John, I would again to thank you very much for being here for this keynote and for sharing your thoughts and all this information about the future after the crisis and also the sustainable development goals. So thank you again. And for our listeners, see you really shortly for the next keynote on social innovation, held by Emanuele Mosa from Babel. Goodbye.
Thank you. Take care.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third keynote of today in the SDGs topic. I have a pleasure to welcome with us Manu Musa. He is an author, speaker at conferences, trainer, strategic advisor, and expert in the field of open and social innovation. Manu is the co-founder of Babele, the largest online acceleration network for social business modeling and mentorship. It hosts the acceleration programs of the United Nations, the British Council, and many others. He is also the co-founder of the Circle of Entrepreneurs in Bucharest and helps large organizations to design, implement, and run social entrepreneurship programs involving up to 25,000 employees. And he is also a co-founder of Level Up, the first business accelerator in Europe dedicated to makers. Manu will speak about social innovation, the examples of organizations reinventing the global economy. During the session, feel free to ask Manu questions, and you can post them on the YouTube and Facebook channels. Without much further ado, I pass the word to Manu. Manu, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me fine. So my name is Manu, and I'm sharing the screen right away. We're going to be having 18 intense minutes, so let's get started. Like as briefly introduced, like I run acceleration program for social innovators inside large companies and for social business and social startups. And today we're going to be talking about societal businesses and societal innovation. So which is the whole concept of having organization that can actually promote the triple bottom line of people, planet, profit. And we should start immediately with an example so that we can actually understand how does this work exactly. I'm going to take a local example from Romania. I moved here 6 years ago, and there are amazing examples of social enterprise. One of them is called Ateliere Fără Frontiere. These guys are working with unemployable people. So all these kind of people that had problem with long-term unemployment, addiction, disabilities, domestic violence, and so on. So people that you would never hire because the cost for getting them up to speed with what the company is doing would be simply too long. And so what this company does is the following. They look for massive advertising banners that usually are made in plastic. They last for approximately 1 month. Then they burn them and they put them in a hole under the ground. And instead of like having this kind of negative environmental impact, this company, they get these advertising banners and they get these unemployable people to transform them into like one of the most beautiful bags that you can possibly purchase, like high quality bags that are currently sold all over Europe. And the beautiful thing that this company does is that they have a cycle of 2 years to take people that are completely unemployable and then provide any kind of service for these people to actually have a psychology so that they can actually figure out how to have all the aspects of their life in place and trainings and support throughout the 2 years until they actually get employable people, and they actually send them to other companies when they become productive employees, and they get new desperate people in the process. And this organization is fantastic because it is an organization that pays its costs and its bills, and at the same time, so it generates economic value, but at the same time, it also enables to recover some plastic that would have otherwise like been burned, and at the same time has a social impact, impacting those people that otherwise would have never been easily reabsorbed in the work environment. So the goal is to, let's start saying that this is actually possible, and there are amazing examples. And I'm going to try to give as many examples as possible within the next 16 minutes. The Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, like these 17 squares, they have been leading the way for how to achieve societal innovation in the past years. And these should be our goals until 2030. Behind these beautiful squares, there are 240 indicators. So like if you find this interesting, or if you care about one of those squares in particular, you can actually find out more about what are the sub-objectives and what are the KPIs. And for each country, we are trying to get as much information as possible so that we know how we are progressing as a society towards these goals. And These goals are affecting the whole spectrum of organizations that are going from the NGO on the left side, where you see the dependency part, up to the for-profit, the largest for-profit organizations in the world. Even though, like, one question that many people usually ask me is, okay, I understand social entrepreneurship, so like business is doing good, like it is in between non-profit and for-profit. But what exactly is social innovation? So what's the difference? And it's not obvious for many people. So like, I think that one example, it's an example that not many people know. It's a company that is called DKK that used to work in Eastern Germany. And the whole story of this company started with something called CFC and HFC, so the chlorofluorocarbons that were produced by refrigerators. And they actually started causing the ozone depletion. So we started having health issues because of this ozone layer that was having holes. And Greenpeace was actually the first organization that decided to bring 25 scientists together to find a solution. How can we actually make sure that our fridges are not screwing the planet? And they came up with a technology which is called Green Freeze. And this technology was first adopted by DKK. That was the pilot collaborator and organization with Greenpeace at the time. And this technology is still used today. There are approximately 35 million domestic green freeze still produced yearly. And we're talking about 450 million tons of CO2 that have been avoided, but the company has failed because the technology was actually open source. And so all the other companies in Germany at that time started actually adopting the same technology. So it was not a competitive advantage for the company. And this is a great example of social innovation. Perhaps it's a terrible business, but it had a terrific impact. And perhaps, if the technology would have been patented or would have had some intellectual property, perhaps DKK would still be up and running today as a company, but we wouldn't have solved the problem as fast. So that's the reason why social innovation is extremely important, because it can happen in businesses, but also at the same time in NGOs. And I'm going to give you a great example now. So you know that malaria is still an issue today, and we're still talking, like, only in 2018 about 207 million clinical cases and over 500,000 dead people from malaria. And there are many hospitals in the world that do not have the equipment to actually identify malaria in patients. And there is a social entrepreneur, which is running an NGO, in fact, from Spain, that came up with an idea, with an application that enables this hospital to upload blood samples into a video game. And all the people playing this video game, they actually are trained to recognize malaria cells in blood samples, and they get provided, once they get to level 10, to real examples of blood samples, so that through crowdsourcing, they can actually help checking whether a patient has really malaria. And this approach has demonstrated that once you have 100,000 confirmation from players, you have an approximation of like 95% of accuracy that the patient has really malaria or not. And this project is definitely it's difficult to monetize. So like this malaria spot may perhaps remain a non-profit organization, but it introduced a great innovation in the market. And it's definitely valuable for it to be like that. Even though right now, the real focus is the one of getting as many NGOs as possible to really become sustainable social enterprise. And the reason is easy. During the last financial crisis in 2008, we actually lost 100,000 NGOs that failed because there was not enough money to actually sponsor their activities. So all these organizations trying to do good are also trying to become sustainable from a business perspective. And a great school is an NGO that was called Mobile School. I met them in, in Brazil. And they simply decided to help the problem with children illiteracy in Brazil by bringing a mobile school in the favelas. And this project, of course, was the classic NGO that was simply receiving money in order to run its operation. And then they actually came up with an idea to actually monetize what they do, and they created Streetwise. which is a training company that is training the top executives in Belgium on all the key characteristics that the mobile school has learned from the street kids, such as positive focus, agility and resilience, proactive creativity, and cooperative competition. So top executives, they join these training programs in order to learn what the organization has been learning from these kids, and through the revenues that they make training top executives, they can actually run the program right now, not only in Brazil, but also in Africa. And so they are slowly scaling this, what was initially an NGO into a business. Another wonderful example is related to children that are born prematurely. I don't know if you know there are over 1 million deaf children every year simply because they were born premature. And there is an organization that is called Embrace, and it's actually combating premature infant mortality. And they know that the problem was that in many countries that are underdeveloped, such as Nepal, for example, they have some of those incubators that you find in hospitals, but once they break, they do not have the capacity to either repair them, or they do not have the skills to do something about it. So they came up with a product and with a material that keeps the body temperature constant, so that kind of a sleeping bag where you can put the baby, and without any need of any scientific, extremely complex equipment, you can actually save the life of these babies. And it started as an NGO, and then they started looking at the opportunity to perhaps, like scale this as a business. So they developed a similar kind of product based on the same material that they could actually sell in the developed countries, so such as Europe or in North America. And this material, like of course, like nicely packaged for like wealthier families, enable children to keep their body temperature constant during the night and sleep 1 hour longer. And for each one of those premium products that they sell in those developed countries, then they can actually send one for free in the developed countries, so that they can actually help saving as many kids that are born prematurely as possible. So there is this transition. I can reassure you that we cannot transform into every NGO into social business. This is a very complex process. And to be honest with you, we need like NGOs that are purely non-for-profit to still exist. But it's interesting to say that there is a transition, and that organizations are understanding that if there is a business opportunity behind solving a societal or environmental problem, then we can actually scale that solution indefinitely. And that is like one of the key levers that we have today in order to tackle humanity's most urgent challenges. So we've seen right now like a few great examples. And right now I'd love also to focus on the for-profit part. And the for-profit social enterprises, those are organizations that are mission-driven. They have mission-driven strategies. And a great example, is an example that is related to technology and to mobile phones. Most people don't know, but in Congo, they died over 1 million people because of a small mineral that is called coltan, or columbite tantalite, which is used by pretty much every telephone in the world. And there are pretty much mafias controlling the access to this metal, and they are enslaving people. And this product is actually going to the Samsung and Apple iPhones of this world. There is not much story that is shared with the consumers about it. And there is an organization in Holland which is called Fairphone. And the Fairphone decided actually to have a first telephone, which is completely sustainable. So their goal was, we're just gonna have a telephone that is not using conflict material, and we want a fair treatment for the producer that are located in China. It was impossible to have something like that happening in a developed country. It would have been too expensive. It is designed for longevity and repairability, and it can be responsibly recycled. And this organization is a profitable organization. They're selling their Fairphones all over the world. And at the same time, they're really trying to be as sustainable as possible throughout the whole value chain, from the sourcing of the material to the production process, and like how it is designed and how it can be disposed at the very end. Another great example is related to the fashion and apparel industry. And like, as you know, there is not much production of clothing in Europe, for example, right now. And most of the clothing that we actually wear is produced in Asia, most of all in countries like Bangladesh, in which, like, first of all, like, there are like impressive statistics regarding how much water is used for jeans, but most importantly, what's the condition of the workers that are producing our clothing. And you may have heard of like a whole building that collapsed and like killing more than 1,000 people in one of those facilities for producing the apparel that is used in developed countries. And there is an organization that many people know. It's called Patagonia. This is not a small social enterprise. This is a large organization that had last year more than $800 million in revenues. And it is like using the same approach of the fair trade in all the process, all the value chain. They're mission driven because they repair the jackets that they sell to people, and they stand as much as possible to the idea that they are respecting the people and the resources that they are utilizing in order to be as eco-friendly as possible. And so this is the main difference between when you hear corporate social responsibility, which may be like any large organization that put a little bit of money in order to do good, whatever that good is, which is not bad, but like has nothing to do with what the company is doing. And this is like corporate social innovation, organization that stand for a certain purpose, and they do everything they can in order to apply that purpose to something else. And the results of these organizations are fantastic. But there is a even bigger elephant in the room, which is like an extremely large organization. Like, what is like really happening in terms of corporate sustainability? And the answer is for sure shared value. And shared value, it's actually a concept that was brought by Michael Porter and Mark Kramer. And Porter is the guy from the 5 forces that whoever studied economics must have studied at some point. And they also came up with the idea that if there is a business opportunity and the organization has the assets and the expertise to tackle that business opportunity, and there is a societal and environmental needs that is satisfying, then we have shared value. And there are great examples of shared values that I'd love to share with you. Like, the first one is definitely the one of identifying a social challenge with positive economics. And a good example can be what General Electric has been doing with eco-imagination. And General Electric, as you know, has been producing plenty of products for healthcare and well-being. And what they realized back in 2010 is that most of these products, so the market actually for these products in developed countries such as Europe and North America was pretty much stagnating. And those products that they were producing, they were too expensive for all the developing countries. And so they decided to actually create a fund and to invest on delivering better care to more people at lower cost. That was they brought their best engineers to actually reimagine the different healthcare appliances that they wanted, that they could have shared, that they could have sold in developing countries, so that they would have had products that were satisfying the needs of people that couldn't have used the other products that they had already. And so they started working on low-cost digital X-ray machines, or portable ultrasounds, or affordable cardiac equipment, and so on. And they actually opened a completely new market in the developing countries that started looking at GE as a reference for products that before they could have never afforded. And the social impact in doing that was, of course, huge, because right now you had some healthcare services that couldn't be provided before, that were finally accessible also in developing countries. And this was working as a business, meaning it was not General Electric donating with their foundation some equipment, and that is simply a cost. And at some point, when you finish the budget, that's it. But they were actually designing new products through new business models that could actually help tackle healthcare challenges in those countries while enabling the company to keep replicating this pretty much infinitely. The second approach that is also interesting is the redefining the productivity in the value chain. And I love the example of Starbucks, because what Starbucks started to do was tackling the problem with baristas. And baristas in Starbucks, there is a high turnover for this kind of employees. They do not remain longer in the job, so you need to spend every time money on retraining these people. And most of all in the US, Starbucks had a great idea. They started paying the tuition fee for the universities, which is perhaps not very relevant in Europe because what we pay for universities is not exorbitant. But in places like the US, where you need to actually pay thousands of dollars in order to access not top-notch universities, then it becomes a problem. And so they started offering these universities studies to their employees so that they could actually retain these employees. And they would also offer them a pattern within organization to climb up, in the organization so that they could actually go from barista to at some point like shop responsible, for example. And this enabled the organization, this is not CSR, because this enabled the organization to actually empower their employees, retain them, and save tons of money, like not to train new people every time, and to actually invest on the people that they would actually come at the bottom of the ladder. Another great example in which is perhaps the most complex is in improving the local ecosystem. And this example comes from this is the most difficult approach for one reason. It's because it's not on the hands of one company alone to actually achieve change. There are some things that are too big for any company or any government, and that's only through a multi-stakeholder approach that we stand a chance to change things. And so like Yara, it's an incredible example that happened in Tanzania. There were 68 organizations that they used $3.4 billion in order to create the fastest and the most effective agricultural corridor to support the country agricultural production. And that enabled all these corporations and all the other civil society and government and so on to benefit from this infrastructure that was never going to be created simply by the Tanzanian government alone. And this is the reason. So this is beautiful because it enables to see that when the private sector understands that it is not only the responsibility of the public sector to achieve a certain societal or environmental change or to actually achieve certain infrastructure, it's when we actually see the best results. I can give you an example, for example, for Bucharest right now. And we've been talking with an insurance company about what they can do to innovate. And to be honest with you, they can definitely start looking at artificial intelligence on how they could actually better allocate insurance to the different people, or they can do something like as easy as following. In Bucharest, for example, we don't have much cycling lanes. And so a company that is doing insurance could potentially insure cyclists, but given that there is no infrastructure, there is not a market for it. So they're not doing it. But then, if right now these insurance companies, they're only waiting for the local government to build cycling lane because they would say it is their responsibility to take care of the urban planning. But the moment that you actually start seeing all these multi-stakeholder partnerships happening, and so you start having all these organizations that could benefit from having cycling lanes, working together with the local government and with the local NGOs promoting for better circulation on traffic and so on, then you start seeing the change happen. And so that's the reason why the multi-stakeholders approach is perhaps the most complex, because you need to bring in the same table different stakeholders that are not used to talk to each other, and they are full of stereotypes on who should be taking care of some problems. but they can actually get done much more than what a single organization could do in that specific circumstance. The last thing that is happening and that is really beautiful, like at the corporate level, is that we're seeing the developing of intrapreneurs that are corporate change agents. And of course, like many people, they know the examples of, for example, Google and Daniel Buchheit, that was the innovator inside the company that said, why don't we do an email and we call it Gmail? And like that initiative that nobody at the top of the organization decided was going to happen was actually proposed bottom up. And intrapreneurs, it means having pretty much social entrepreneurs in the organization that see an economic opportunity and see how that could be aligned like to their personal value and to the company agenda. And so a lovely example that I'd love to share with you right now before we conclude is the one of Coca-Cola. And Simon Berry, it's a person that had a great idea. They noticed that most of the NGOs trying to bring medicines in the developing countries, they're often struggling from a supply chain perspective to get some of this medicine to get in the remote village in some country in Africa, for which it's very complicated to coordinate the whole operation. And what they noticed is that Coca-Cola has perhaps one of the best supply chains in the world, and they had the idea to do a collaboration with some NGOs so that they could actually put the medicine in the Coca-Cola boxes so that they could actually leverage the supply chain of the company in order to help this medicine to get where they should get. And that is fantastic because you start seeing people that are capable of understanding what a certain company is great at doing and how that could potentially benefit also some of the sustainable development goals that we've been talking about. So no matter where you're going to find yourself working, if it's going to be an NGO or a small organization or a large organization, there are thousands of people that are finding the way to align what the company or what the organization is doing to the sustainable development goals. And if we all try to find the synergies between the business side and the impact side that we want to see in the world, we definitely stand a chance to get there by 2030. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Manu, for your very insightful presentation and for being with us during the BEST Virtual Summit and speaking to us. Unfortunately, we don't have time to ask you questions. So I will once again thank you, and I will invite our audience to stay with us for the next keynote that will be about the global student engagement in achieving the SDGs by Felipe Gomez Gallo. So see you soon, see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
And we are on the air. Good afternoon, Europe, and welcome to this new keynote on SDGs Beyond the Pandemic of the Best Virtual Summit 2020. So today we have with us Felipe, the president of the Students Platform for Engineering Education Development, or in short, SPEED. Felipe is an environmental and civil engineer who is currently studying his master program in environmental engineering in Los Andes University in Colombia. Felipe has developed and led educational content for international conference in Seoul, Kuala Lumpur, Albuquerque, revolving action planning and design thinking about the SDGs. Today, Felipe is going to share his ideas about why youth needs to engage with the SDGs agenda and how to take action now. Without any spoilers, welcome Felipe to this Best Virtual Summit 2020. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Daniel, for the introduction. I would like to welcome you all to the 2030 Agenda Global Student Engagement in Achieving the SDGs. I will share my presentation right now. I hope you can see it right now. And let's go ahead. So, as it was already mentioned, my name is Felipe, I'm from Colombia, and I'm the current president of the Student Platform for Engineering Education Development. Before starting with this keynote, I wanted to pass along some ancient history regarding BEST and SPEED. In 2006, SPEED was born in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil from an IFES summit with participation of students from around the world. Keeping in mind the importance of students in shaping the future of engineering education, from the 5 founding members, 2 came from BEST. I would like to give a shout out to all the BEST members I knew who have helped us along the way. Marta, Tiago, Sofia, Celine, Vicky, and Shemislav, thank you so much for all your help. For today, we will explore some background, the pandemic, and the student engagement that is needed for today. So the background from the MDGs to the SDGs. It all started in the year 2000 with the 8 Millennium Development Goals, which range from having extreme poverty rates to halting the spread of HIV and AIDS and providing universal primary education, all by the target date of 2015. A report was then delivered with great advancements in some of these goals. As a replacement of the MDGs, Colombia proposed the idea of the Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, which ended up being picked up and worked on by the United Nations and delivered with the resolution 70-1 in 2015. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals encompass a 169 target plan to build a better world for people and our planet by 2030. They were adopted by all United Nations member states, and they are a call for action by all countries to promote prosperity while protecting the environment. 2019 was the year of the Youth Climate Movement, and I have here a short video which I encourage you to look for after this keynote because it's very insightful. We might not hear it, but look for the subtitles. So yeah, I was really short because we are appreciative all the time we have. So the Greta effect started 2019, and she did a quote that I really like when I read it, and it's called and it's it is as it follows. It's insane that a 16-year-old has to cross the Atlantic in order to take a stand, but that's how it is. It feels like we are at a breaking point. Leaders know that more eyes are on them, much more pressure is on them, that they have to do something. They have to come up with some sort of solution. I want a concrete plan, not just nice words. She managed to spark a light on a global level and create a movement of youth environmental activism around the world, while becoming a leader for this cause. She has also become a target of critics, falling victim to her own words as I see it. Without undermining the importance of Greta on the global agenda, her detractors have made a meme of her and her cause. She has made some powerful statements with her nice words and actions, but not many concrete plans to solve the crisis. A new type of leaders and promoters of the SDGs need to complement this cause, but I'm going to elaborate on that later on. So now, COVID-19, now and beyond. As of today, according to Johns Hopkins University Center for Systems Science and Engineering, there are nearly 8,500,000 confirmed COVID-19 cases and more than 450,000 global deaths associated with the pandemic. There are many consequences for these complicated times that we are living in, but I picked just a few to exemplify the pressing socioeconomical issues we will have to face as a society and how they could be related to a specific SDG. So for the Sustainable Development Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth, gross domestic product is a broad measure of overall domestic production, and it functions as a comprehensive scorecard of a given country's economic health. We are facing the worst economical recession for at least the past 50 years, which was greatly affected by the high rates of unemployment our societies are facing today. For the Sustainable Development Goal number 1, no poverty, according to the World Bank, the current pandemic will have an impact on the global poverty rate, incrementing it, according to the forecasts. For the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, zero hunger, the agriculture supply chain also became affected because of all the national and international travel restrictions implemented as measures to counteract the health effects of the pandemic. For the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, quality education, here we have a chart of internet access within the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, with members highlighted on the map below. Countries from the European Union have access with ranges from 80% in Greece and almost 100% in the Netherlands. Latin American countries are only near the 50% coverage. In the next chart, we can check how internet access varies between diverse income families from different Latin American countries. How can we assure quality education when not everyone can have the privilege of having the internet? Systemic discrimination is another problematic issue that has been spotlighted by recent events around the globe. Here are 3 examples: racism and the Black Lives Matter movement, discrimination because of sexual orientations, considering we are in a Pride Month. The fight is long from over when LGBTQ plus communities are still prosecuted in Africa and Middle Eastern countries. And xenophobia is still relevant because of the refugee crisis. As an example, here in Colombia is still a pressing issue when thousands of immigrants cross the border with Venezuela in hopes for a better future. Last Tuesday, the Latin American Center for the Sustainable Development Goals delivered a report where they consolidated the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the future achievement of the 2030 agenda. Results are not optimistic. I'm sorry for the Spanish in this image, but what the chart is emphasizing is in red are the SDGs that will suffer from setbacks on the achievement completion, while green ones are indirectly benefited by the pandemic. For example, lockdowns and social distancing measures have reduced our CO2 emissions around the globe, which has helped on the achievement of the SDG 13 climate action. If I have to summarize this segment, is that COVID-19 equals uncertainty at this point, with cases mounting up worldwide without vaccine not on the near future, and a lot of questions unanswered regarding how it was originated. Let's talk about student engagement. What do we need? What do we have? And what to do now? As I told you before, we require a new type of leadership for the 2030 agenda. Greta and other young leaders have made great advancement in giving climate action the importance it needs, but new actors need to engage. Higher education students needs to take the baton from what our youngsters are asking so firmly. We need global student engagement with a technical background who can provide new knowledge on the fight for a sustainable future. But more importantly, these leaders have to develop certain skills. They are wrongfully denominated soft skills, but let me tell you, there's nothing soft about them. It requires that all of us, as the students, develop our emotional intelligence to face the global challenges of today. I list here a summary of these people's skills. You need to have a positive attitude, work ethics. You have to be able to communicate assertively. You have to have emotional empathy to understand those around you. You need to accept feedback and criticism in a constructive way. You have to motivate you and others. You need to be trustworthy, creativity to think outside the box, responsibility, commitment, flexibility, and among other skills. Just minutes before starting this keynote, I decided that I wanted to edit this slide. Before it featured a long list of initiatives to engage in a broad spectrum of activities from local, national, regional, and global levels. From a wide range of activities, research, networking, volunteering. But after reading the previous list on what is needed from a future leader, you have to be able to find this on your own. A list given to you will be the easy way out. I want to invite you all to do the work. Look for the list, construct it, and when you have it, feel free to contact me and I can help you with some free advice along the way. Here I have an invitation for you. In SPEED, we are on the search for student researchers among other educational driven positions regarding SDGs, which might be interesting for you to check out right now. So just before closing out, Best and Speed are currently on talks to find some exciting new collaborations in the coming future. So be sure to check for exciting news in the coming future. I leave you here with my contact info, and in case you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you.
All right, Felipe, thank you very much for the talk and this super interesting little keynote about the SDGs, the history, and all these changes that is going on. Definitely, like collaboration with Speed and Best is still a lot of, let's say, a long path to walk. But I would like to, in the meanwhile, like think about some of the questions like we'd like to ask you, especially. You comment these new movements that happen after the COVID-19 crisis. So, in your opinion, and maybe more subjective, do you think like youth is now more powerful, is more empowered than, let's say, before the COVID crisis?
Definitely, because we as the youth have been given no, we have been operating all of the tools that are needed now to face the COVID-19 pandemic. We are the generation that has been virtually engaged since the beginning. We know how to deal with a lot of problems at the same time. Universities give us those tools to manage them. So I do believe our generation is well prepared for what it's coming. And yeah, the youth is empowered to make the change that are needed right now.
Okay, Felipe. So more questions. In your opinion, how important do you think is for NGOs or student organizations to collaborate to pursue these SDGs?
It is quite important. In the past, I feel that organizations operated not united. So that made all of the efforts to be not connected. I don't know how to properly say it in English, but uh, it is complicated when you have many organizations doing the same but not obtaining the biggest results because they are just not united. And if you see the SDG number 17, it's all about uniting all of us to in order to do alliances and achieve all of the SDGs. So it is rather important for us as the leaders of the NGOs to unite and try to solve this sustainability crisis that we have right now.
Okay, Felipe. Keeping on this topic of the collaboration between NGOs, what do you think are like the challenges to connect all the NGOs around the world and to collaborate and make a proper synergy and to try to achieve the SDGs?
So the first one will be communication. It is rather complicated to connect all of us at the same time. I've been doing, like, from a personal perspective, I've been doing for the past 2 weeks. I've been sending emails to every student organization I have found on the internet, and it has been quite complicated to get responses. Like, at this point, if I tell you I sent at least 200 emails and I got 5 responses from all of those emails that I sent. So communication, it's quite complicated to achieve. Another one would be there's a sort of competition between organizations that they like. There are organizations that think that we shouldn't unite just because we are different, and like they want to take all of the how to say it, all of the pride of the things that they are doing, and don't want to share it with other organizations. So they are really close to new partnerships. But as I told you, SDG 17 tells us that we need to unite and we need to do stuff united at this point.
Okay, Felipe. And one more question, or well, at least one more. Among all the SDGs, because there are quite many, what do you think youth can actually make a bigger impact among all of them?
Well, that's a rather complicated question.
Definitely.
But I would say, no, I think that the youth can participate in all of the SDGs. It just differs on the backgrounds that you have. For example, me as an environmental engineer have more tools to achieve most of the sustainable development goals. Instead, people who have no background in environmental, they can achieve others that can relate to the background that they have. But yeah, at this point, I would say we can all contribute to all of the SDGs in different manners according to the backgrounds that we have.
Okay, that makes.
I didn't want to commit to one answer just because, yeah, it's not easy to answer like what is the biggest and important SDG that has to be dealt with.
Definitely, I think like none of us has like a clear answer, but it's something we are trying to do in this summit, like try to raise awareness of this topic about SDGs, so we youth in general can like think about what is our role in this. But yeah, through this kind of maybe difficult question, but probably in the near future we'll find an answer. So I will have like just a little last question. Feel free to elaborate as much as you want. And it's like, what do you think like about making individual changes to fight climate change? What do you think is like if we can individually do something, and if that's some sort of impactful enough?
There are a lot of choices that you can make in your everyday life to contribute to obtaining the sustainable development goals, from how your food choices, if you already have heard of it or not. For producing a pound of beef, you need tons of liters of water. So in an environmental way of things, seeing things, is not the best food option for you to continue on. So one alternative could be, hey, go to vegetarianism. Another one would be save water, save electricity, make conscious choices about your everyday life decisions. Don't take more than 10 minutes to shower because you don't need more than that to achieve what the goal that you are going to do when you shower. And electricity, you shouldn't turn on the lights when you don't need them. You shouldn't have every equipment connected at the same time. I don't know, most of us leave our chargers connected, even though our cell phones are not being in use. So yeah, there are a lot of choices that we can do in the everyday life, and we don't have to be like the big leaders of the future in order to change the world. We can change the world in our houses, in our everyday life choices.
Okay, okay, Felipe. I guess with this good and hopeful message, we can conclude this keynote. That we don't need to be like great leaders. I mean, that would be amazing. But individually, with our little choices, we can actually make a big impact if we all do the same.
Definitely.
Right, all right. So Felipe, like the organizing team and I would love to thank you to be with us today and sharing your knowledge and your ideas about SDGs and education as well in the Best Virtual Summit 2020. So although Felipe and I will leave, I encourage all of you, although you watching this this summit, to stay close to the streaming, because we will have let's say a break of 30 minutes, but then we will come back with another super cool key speaker. We will travel from Colombia to Switzerland to meet Manuela, one sustainable development finance specialist at the World Economic Forum. So take a little break and see you in 30 minutes. Oh.
yeah, we are in the place to be.
Hello everyone, after a short break, and welcome to another keynote of today in the topic of SDGs. And now I have a pleasure to welcome with us Manuela Stefania Pulga, the Sustainable Development Finance Specialist of the World Economic Forum. Manuela is a sustainable development professional with experience in the private sector and international organizations on developing finance, sustainable investments, and environmental, social, and governance strategies. Manuela holds a Bachelor in Science in Management, Economics, and Finance, and have acquired extensive experience in project management, communications, and events. She enjoys working in an international environment that allows her to be constantly exposed to new challenges. Today's keynote of Manuela will be about financing the SDGs in the time of COVID-19. During the sessions, feel free to ask Manuela questions, and you can post them both on YouTube and Facebook chats. So without much further ado, I pass the word to Manuela. Manuela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paulina, and welcome to all the participants from my side as well. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me the chance to share with you a bit more what is happening in the world of financing the Sustainable Development Goals right now. I know that you guys have witnessed other kind of presentations around the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the broader sustainability agenda today. I know there was one session specific on impact investing, so I decided I'd rather take you on the high road and give you a bit of a big picture of what's happening in emerging and developing economies right now, which is the focus of my kind of daily job as well at the World Economic Forum. And before I kind of deep dive into the figures and the details of it, I wanted to kind of get a sense of where the room stands. And I prepared the small kind of 2 questions that I'd like you to go through. Let me pull up the slide so that you'll have the QR code. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Slido. I know some of the speakers in the past days also used it. In a normal physical room, I just ask you to raise your hands, but given the current circumstances, if you'd be so kind and go into the QR and then enter 17373, you'll notice that you should be opening one specific question, which is, do you know what the Sustainable Development Goals are? And I know you've heard a lot about the Sustainable Development Goals today, so I have a list of potential things that could be related to the Sustainable Development Goals. So do you think, which kind of elements of that list do you think are part of the UN agenda? I'll give you a few seconds to answer that question. Okay, I see some questions coming in, some answers, I would rather say. Interesting, so I'll take it back from here. I'll see it moving, so I'll adapt my speech as I see your results coming in anyway. It's interesting to see that very few of you think that life on land, for example, is one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, the whole list are 6 of the 17 of the SDGs. And just as a reminder, as I enter my presentation into what, the impact of COVID on the SDGs, it's a list of 17 sustainability related goals. And as you see from the list of just the 6 few that I picked for the quiz, they really vary from climate to economic growth to prosperity to inequality to gender equality to no poverty to water to life on earth to life below water as well, so oceans. And they're really encompassing various aspects of sustainability, and they are a commitment from the UN member states. So the UN member states committed to achieving those Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In fact, at the beginning of 2020, we actually entered what the UN called the Decade of Action. So
re-energizing kind of the activities to really achieve what in my world we call the 2030 agenda. So these 17 SDGs. Before I move on into the details of my presentation, I just have another small question for you, which should be appearing on the screen now on the same Slido. And it's, what do you think is the greatest singular, like, historical achievements that countries are proud of in development? And I'll give you another couple of seconds to answer to that. Interesting. So a lot of you do believe, oh no, actually now it's changing. Not so many of you anymore. Interesting. So some of you answered the clean and renewable energy agenda. Some of you answered education. Unfortunately, you can imagine that the world is actually quite far from achieving the renewable agenda goals. While the European Union, I think, is a good pioneer in terms of announcing this big green energy plan, emerging and developing economies are not at the same level of advancement in that agenda. And half of you only believes that it's the reduction of extreme poverty. That's actually the correct answer. I'll be closing now the small Slido. But as I said, that's actually, reduction in poverty is actually the success that the development community is really proud of. In fact, I'll read just a quote from the opening remarks of who was at the time the president of the World Bank in 2018. And he said, over the last 25 years, more than 1 billion people have lifted themselves out of extreme poverty. And the global poverty rate is now lower than it has ever been in recorded history. This is one of the greatest human achievements of our time. So now this segues very well into the beginning of my presentation, because if there's one key takeaway that I'd like you to walk away with from this presentation, is that the pandemic is not just threatening health, it's not just threatening economic development or economic growth, or if you want to say in economic terms, GDP, the gross domestic product, is actually threatening to raise years and decades of progress that the world has made towards the 2030 agenda. A couple of weeks ago, the World Bank just shared their most recent estimates on poverty reduction, which again, as I just said, it's the greatest achievement of humankind in terms of development. And COVID is expected to push into extreme poverty between 70 to 100 million people in 1 year. This extreme poverty means living below basically $2 a day. This, of course, has a huge impact on the whole progress that not just developed countries, but also emerging and developing economies had so far in terms of 2030 agenda. I've pulled up two specific visuals, and you'll see the next slide in a short while, that I think are very interesting in explaining how the pandemic is impacting not just a few, but all the Sustainable Development Goals, all those 17 goals. So, you know, if you think about the pandemic, of course, everybody realizes that the immediate first crisis is the health crisis, is the loss of lives. And that is reflected in SDG number 3, good health and well-being. Of course, we're having a devastating impact and lots of problems in healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. The second problem is the economic fallout. So the estimations of decline in GDP and basically the economic crisis that we're about to enter, given the lockdowns and given the consequences that those lockdowns have on the real economy. And that's true, you know, lower activity means lower income, means unemployment, and this is all encapsulated in SDG 8. Now, what I want to draw your attention to is that it's not just health and economics, it's actually even the foods. So SDG number 2 is impacted by the pandemic, because the pandemic is having lots of consequences on the supply value chain, basically, that food has. And we're working now with, for example, the small island developing states in the Caribbean, and we're seeing how, because trade is impacted by the pandemic and people are not able to, ship the food as they used to, a lot of those islands are now entering a severe crisis in terms of supply of food for people. It's also, of course, the pandemic is impacting education. So SDG 4, quality of education. While, all of you that are watching me today have access to hopefully a laptop or a mobile or some kind of electric technology to be watching me today with a Wi-Fi connection, not every student in the world can say the same. And the pandemic is having huge impacts in education in low income countries and poorer countries that just don't have the infrastructure that we rely on for remote education. Gender equality is, of course, another issue. You may have read some of the articles published around how women are more vulnerable to the pandemic, given the socioeconomic system that we work in. Clean water and sanitation is impacted, energy is impacted. I think one of course, we won't be reducing inequalities this year. It's most likely that the developed countries that have the resources to protect themselves from the economic fallout are gonna fare better compared to developing and emerging economies. And the result of it is that we will witness an increase in inequality. Again, something that the whole world has fought very hard to fight against in the past decade. I'll just draw your attention to one last point that I think it's very important in the context of the SDGs, which is the impact of climate action. I think we've all read the articles of reduced pollution and improvement of air quality in the cities resulting out of the lockdowns. And while that's very true, it will basically revert to the previous situation as soon as the lockdowns are removed. And we witnessed actually that in China, and there's clear images from NASA if you're curious to go and watch them, in terms of how quickly and how rapidly we go back to the kind of old pollution levels in big cities. And the second important consequences for the climate action is that countries are finding themselves in a very complex position. They need to invest into the healthcare emergency. They cannot let their hospitals collapse completely. Given the rise in unemployment and given basically the very complicated position that firms are in, governments will have to disperse. They're announcing these huge packages of stimulus packages to protect the firms and to protect employment. And the result of all of this is that they will just not stick to the commitments that they made on the climate agenda. A lot of the countries have committed a certain amount of billions of investments into renewables, into the whole, climate agenda more broadly. And what we do expect is a reduction of those commitments, because the countries will just face an increase in debt, an increase in unemployment, an increase in all the, basically an inward looking and trying to protect their own domestic economy rather than thinking about the long term. And this is just a very important consequences of the pandemic that is going to be more in the long term, that we won't see in the next few months, but will have an impact on the whole climate agenda. Again, I do think that here the European Union is a bit of an outlier and a good example of how not just one country, but a set of countries can really take the opportunity that the pandemic is offering in terms of rethinking the systems and putting themselves at the forefront of the climate agenda and using those stimulus packages in a smart way. But a lot of the countries will just not have the resources to do it. The African countries cannot just, decide that they won't invest in the healthcare system, they won't protect their population from the pandemic, and they will just invest into renewables. That's not realistic. So we will see an inward looking of a lot of the countries, looking back at their domestic economy and not looking at that long-term impact of climate and other problems anymore. As I said, the second kind of visual that I wanted to share with you is one created by Convergence. The text is very small, so I won't go into the details of it, but I do think it's an interesting visual and an interesting summary, and you can go and check it out at convergence.finance later after the presentation. And this brings me to my last slide just quickly, and I'll take off the slides very soon. I just wanted to share with you the visual, and you can go and watch the videos as well on the World Economic Forum website. But I did want to conclude my presentation with just a snapshot of, okay, this is all very gloomy. What we're hearing on the progress of the SDG is really scary, and that the investments are not going to not be there, and the resources aren't going to be there for those countries to protect themselves. What is the World Economic Forum doing about it? How is the World Economic Forum positioning itself in this pandemic? And what we did is we launched a couple of weeks ago this new initiative called the Great Reset. And the Great Reset will also actually be the theme for Davos 2021, which will go on in a very different kind of environment, because of course we will have to do a big virtual component to it, which will radically change the way Davos ran so far. But the idea behind the Great Reset is that the vulnerabilities and the inconsistencies of our system, the financial system, the economic system, the healthcare system, were just exacerbated by the pandemic. And we realized that these are not models for the 21st century. We were just not ready to cope with something like this. And what will happen in the longer term is that we're going to basically go back to a situation that was decades ago, because the pandemic kind of forced us to. And what the World Economic Forum is really trying to do is to actually use this as an opportunity, because as much as this is going to be a huge crisis from an economic perspective, from a loss of life perspective, and many others, there's also more openness for change. And we're seeing that in many of our stakeholders are kind of more listening than they were a few months ago. And we have an opportunity to change those policies and to change those regulations that were a bit more bureaucratic a few months ago, I would say. And we really want to position the World Economic Forum as that platform that can help bring all the stakeholders together, public, private. In my world, it's basically the countries, the multilateral institutions, the private investors, the international investors, a few of the innovators as well, to build the foundations for new systems. If our system and if our models didn't work against this, and they're not ready for the 21st century, what are those elements that we need to kind of keep an eye on and integrate to really build a fairer, more sustainable, more inclusive future? And I do believe that there's a lot of opportunities in this. And students like you, students in technology, students in innovation, can bring lots of interesting perspectives in terms of what are those foundations and elements that we do need to build into the traditional systems and kind of change completely the paradigm of our finance, of our economics, because we if everybody believes that we can integrate sustainability for economic growth, we just need to learn how. And there's many best practices out there, and I'm sure lots of you are entrepreneurs yourselves and involved in many of fintech startups and whatnot. And at the World Economic Forum, we really want to elevate all of those best practices to include them for a better future. Maybe I'll just stop here and I'll give the opportunity for questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Manuela, for your presentation. It was indeed very interesting, and talking about taking the crisis as an opportunity, more as a threat, it's a very interesting and a good approach toward this. We have indeed some time for questions, so I will ask you some of them. Okay, you are the finance specialist at the World Economic Forum, and I want to ask you, with which SDGs are you working the closest at this position?
Thank you very much. Yes, that's a very interesting question. We do like to say that we're working on all the SDGs, and my initiative, so I'm working on the Sustainable Development Investment Partnership, and my initiative sits within what we call the Center for Global Public Goods at the World Economic Forum, which includes initiatives like the Tropical Forest Alliance or the Global Battery Alliance or the Friends for Ocean Action or the Global Plastic Action. I could go on. But the idea is that we're really a center that brings a lot of those initiatives that touch upon many different aspects of sustainability. Now, in my initiative more concretely, so in the development finance team, we're working, we were working a lot on infrastructure and blended finance, basically. But what we did realize through time, so in 5 years that the initiative has been active, and let me also add, it's a joint initiative of the World Economic Forum and the OECD. And because of our partnership with the OECD and because of the work that we've been doing on various countries, and particularly in the African and ASEAN region, we realized that blended finance is an innovative practice, and maybe some of the students online know about it or have been involved in some of the innovative financing techniques. But it's very specific and it's very tailored to the single project, and it's very hard to replicate. So if any of you guys has any idea on how you're going to replicate blended finance at scale, please contact me. There's so many investors that are interested in that. But the problem is that it becomes so specific to the single project, because you need to bring the private sector in, you need to bring the multilaterals in, sometimes you have the governments involved, and sometimes it's donors. And because it's so specific to that, it's just not scalable. So what we realized is that we started working with the governments, actually. We started working with the countries to identify what are the conditions for capital to flow. So what are those elements that naturally create an enabling environment for investors to kind of flow, for investments to flow naturally, not for looking for the specific project, but for capital to just create that market at a national level. So I would say that the SDGs that we're working more on, because of that enabling environment kind of focus, is economic growth, definitely. But we're looking at it from the perspective of the country. So to give you a practical example, we're working with this small island developing state in the Caribbean. And the strategy that we're building is actually around the Sustainable Development Goals that the country identified. So if the country tells us from a national perspective, we're interested in renewable energy and quality of education, then all our financing strategies built around those priorities. We realize there's no point in trying to build a development agenda into one country. It needs to be nationally driven. It needs to align with the context of the country itself. So we decided to kind of bundle and follow the strategies that countries are willing to drive themselves.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's indeed the approach that is also encouraging the countries to take some actions. Thank you very much for this answer. I think we have time for one more question. So the question is about, from what your point of view, like what is the relation between sustainable development goals and the environmental, social, and governance strategies?
Yes. Again, a $1 billion question. There's a lot of people giving a lot of thought around this that are way more prepared than me to answer that. But in essence, the Sustainable Development Goals were those 17 high-level sustainability goals that all the UN member countries agreed upon. So these are 17 kind of, as I said, no poverty, clean energy, quality of education, gender equality, water and sanitation, etc. These were commitments from the countries. So, and when you think at the UN, it's really the governments. So it's a very public kind of perspective to it. The ESG, instead, the environmental social governance, this is an investment strategy. So it's rather, how are you gonna, if you have a portfolio of investments, how are you gonna invest them? Where in the ESG is basically building a strategy that helps you invest in a sustainable way. So you screen for stocks, bonds, whatever, for instruments, let's put it very general, for instruments that are environmentally friendly, that follow some set of standards in terms of governance and in terms of social impact. And once you screen for that, you create a portfolio that is ESG, if you want, compliant. SDGs instead, SDG financing, it's a strategy, it's not just an investment approach. It's kind of how are you going to help countries achieve that strategy? Again, it's a much higher level, if you want, agenda. It's from the country perspective. So it comes down to the national development priorities of each country. Now, I know there's a lot of also SDG bonds and SDG investments, etc. And that's where really the line kind of starts to blur in terms of private sector coming in and creating instruments that are SDG friendly. And then, you know, you could say that those instruments that are SDG friendly are also ESG because if they follow the standards of SDGs, they're also ESG, and that's when it really starts to be a bit blurry. Historically, the Sustainable Development Goals were a country kind of strategy to build a sustainable future for all and leave no one behind, to use the United Nations words, by 2030. Whereas the ESGs were really a strategy that the banks adopted to build more environmentally friendly portfolios and follow sustainable finance, if you want. Now, there's a lot of work done by the United Nations and the World Bank, actually IFC, so the International Financial Corporation, not just the World Bank, the IFC within the World Bank, done to really align ESGs and SDGs. You can look up the principles for responsible investments of the UN and the principles for impact investments of the IFC. They launched it last year. The PRI, the principles for responsible investments, is a bit older. But the whole idea is trying to combine them to give one framework. So the big problem that we're hearing at the World Economic Forum as well from the private sector is that there's 170, I don't know how many types of different standards that investors can be looking at when wanting to invest sustainably. What does it mean to invest sustainably? Is it ESG? Is it SDGs? Is it, nobody really knows. And each bank and each investor, each asset manager has a different way of defining it. So one of actually the interesting sessions in Davos, if you're interested in this type of topics that you can go back and check, is this session with Bank of America and all the big four, where they announced these new metrics for sustainable investing in general. And they're really trying to, there's a lot of work trying to align all of this to something that is concretely kind of, and can be replicated across different banks so that it starts being the same. But again, if you look back, it's the origination of those two types of, if you want, financing strategies is very different. And so I'm interested, check the space out, I guess, because there's a lot being done by World Bank, IFC, UN, and others, and the World Economic Forum to try to align standards.
Well, I'm impressed. I mean, it was a very extensive explanation, but I think that we all have now an idea of what is the difference. And for sure, I encourage all of the people who are watching to check this. I will check for sure. We are out of time, so we will be finishing this keynote. Thank you again, Manuela, for speaking to us and joining the Best Virtual Summit and being our speaker there. It was a pleasure to facilitate this keynote. And for our audience, we are also glad that you joined the session. And we encourage you to join the next keynotes that will be done by some United Nations Development Program representatives. So stay with us and they will start in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Good evening and welcome back. We have seen in today's sessions how the pandemic has impacted SDGs in general and in the previous presentation specifically. But right now we have a very special session. It's different from almost every session that we have had so far in the summit. Today we have our established UN diplomat, our guest, Professor and Dr. Geraldo Noto, who is going to talk to us today about a very specific example of how the pandemic has impacted the development in a country that is just across the Mediterranean, in Libya. Pandemics, as we have seen in the past few days, are not necessarily only a crisis or a problem, but they are also a chance for us to have a better restart, a restart that is focused more on people, on the planet, and on sustainability. So today, Mr. Geraldo will walk us through some of the examples of how the UNDP is responding to the pandemic. Mr. Geraldo.
Thank you, Walid. Thank you. Very thankful for the invitation of the BEST to participate in this BEST Virtual Summit this year, and to talk with you about development challenges in times of Corona and trying to exemplify with the reality that we face in Libya. As you know, the current pandemic is a development human crisis with several dimensions: health, of course, humanitarian, socioeconomic. SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, will be delayed. Advances in human development will be lost. Socioeconomic impact will be global, but hitting on countries and people in different ways. Inequalities will be negatively impacted with the most vulnerable, with added vulnerabilities caused by COVID-19 suffering most. So with that reality in general, in crisis or conflict countries like Libya, where I said of United Nations Development Program resident representative, COVID-19 pandemic is another crisis to come on top of security, political, economic, social, environmental crisis generated by years of protracted conflict. There is currently a conflict in Libya until a few weeks ago in the outskirts of Tripoli, now moved to other parts of the country, but still that armed conflict is ongoing, with hopefully will stop soon, and divisions but rooted in structural gaps existing from well before. I will talk about the complex challenges to development in the pandemic situation and how UNDP and other UN and international actors are responding in Libya as an example. Crises present hard challenges, even more in complex multi-layered crises like the one we face in Libya, but also open room for innovation and the challenge to building back better. The main challenge is how we support recovery and recenter development on peace, people, and planet with a long-term, inclusive, and sustainable approach. I will talk about more in general how and why we should still support the SDGs, this global development agenda, beyond and through COVID-19. We face common challenges that we must solve through common global solutions. And I think the pandemic has put that in very hard terms. This is what the Sustainable Development Goals, the global blueprint to end poverty, protect our planet, and ensure prosperity for people are all about. Now, with COVID-19, reaching the Sustainable Development Goals and the commitments to leave no one behind are even greater challenges. However, the crisis has also reinforced the interdependence of our world and the urgency for global action to meet people's basic needs. The cost of the pandemic in terms of loss of human lives is painful, very painful, but the effects on the global economy, the socio-economic impact of the crisis, and on sustainable development prospects are also very worrying. From reversing progress on good health, the SDG 3, to the negative impact on 1.25 billion students, the SDG 4, and on education, the pandemic is affecting vulnerable societies the most. The pandemic has exposed fundamental weaknesses in our global system. It has shown how the prevalence of poverty, weak health systems, lack of education, and the lack of global cooperation exacerbate the impact of the crisis. While we must scale up the immediate health response to curb the spread of COVID-19, as is have been happening for the last few months, the response to the pandemic cannot be delinked from the SDGs and has to be closely implemented, with also strengthening the capacity of government to respond, to be able to manage crises like this one, and the very important impact, the socio-economic impact and response generated because of the pandemic. In the case of Libya, I understand not all of you may be totally familiar with Libya. Libya is a big country. It's an oil-producing country. It's in southern part of the Mediterranean, in North Africa, between Egypt and Tunisia and the Maghreb. And it's a country with a lot of possibilities. It's a population relatively small for such a big territory. It's over 6 million people. Used to host a significant number of migrants, still is around 700,000, but much less than used to be before. And it has a lot of possibilities. It has people with good training and capacities, but it's basically an oil economy. And it has a very important, significant side of a state, with a significant part of the economic population in public positions, around 70%. And of course, the oil business with the presence of international companies, oil and gas. But there are also other sources of wealth. And there is a lot of dynamic. In my time in Libya over 1 year, I had the chance to meet with people around the country, Southwest and East, very committed to peace, very committed to help their communities to heal the wounds from long conflict and non-neglect in a lot of those communities. And UNDP, as our UN actors, has been supporting them in this particular time of harshness, with the support of the international community. UNDP, it was funded, the United Nations Development Program was funded in 1965 to help countries eliminate poverty and achieve sustainable human development. Since its creation, UNDP has envisioned life as it should be, full of opportunity for all, women, men, children, young people, generations to come. We have realigned our support to 170 countries around the world to meet emerging priorities with a clear goal: help countries to develop policies, leadership skills, partnering abilities, institutional capabilities, and build resilience to achieve inclusive economic growth and equality in a sustainable manner. Amid the pandemic in the current times, I would like to look into how we are tapping into innovation and digital technologies that have captured our attention for their potential to help us in the fight against COVID-19 as other development challenges. In UNDP, we think in the long term, looking at innovative ways to support Libya to better prevent, manage such crises, and ensure that the country makes full use of the lessons learned from it, not only in the country, but also in other countries. From my experience in conflict-affected areas, I learned that disasters and crises create also opportunities. I see the worldwide crisis that this pandemic is causing also as an opportunity as UNDP to build back better. We are currently living at a time in history when our lives are deeply shaped by information technology, information and communication technologies. And human society has changed dramatically in ways hardly imaginable only a few years ago. In Libya, after promising changes in 2011, divisions and violence has trapped Libyans in a protracted conflict, preventing them to move forward on a sustainable development path, to realize the amazing potential of its people and national resources. Too many migrants have suffered exploitation and abuse or died at the sea. Women have been heavily burdened by the consequences of war, suffering gender-based violence and violation of their human rights And the current situation, because of the pandemic, unfortunately has worsened those challenges, that impact. Children have been prevented to access quality education. People do not receive health services badly needed. Basic services have been negatively impacted by conflict and neglected infrastructure. Lack of opportunities discouraged young people, over 60% of the population of Libya, who have seen their life project interrupted. Sustainable development seems an unreachable dream. In UNDP Libya, we believe that another path is possible and urgently needed. There are committed and dynamic actors, people all around Libya, ready and eager to build up a different country. There is a path through peace and inclusive development as an alternative to nonsense violence. We have chosen to empower innovative actors and look for synergies to solve development problems. UNDP has created last year a network of what we call accelerator labs, dynamic centers within UNDP, but basically in a network, a global network, and that work with innovators and actors in the countries. And in the case of Libya, despite the conflict, despite the difficulties, we have been developed that lab that has been designed as a development catalyzer through exploration, solution mapping, and experimentation to cope, to manage, to respond to the challenges of development. The UNDP Accelerator Lab in Libya has begun working with like-minded and innovative people, a lot of young and not only young, very committed people to look and solve the challenges of their countries, of their country with looking for new ways, and that we are trying to facilitate that process, that networking and that working together. And they are generating ideas, and we help them to try them out without the fear of failure. Failure is part of the exercise on key issues regarding, in the case of Libya, solid waste management and recycling, job generation. And because of the pandemic, we have refocused on using those capacities and skills to respond to the pandemic, as for example, 3D production of masks for health workers to support the COVID-19 response, and the support to innovative approach in health sector in telemedicine to reach out people all over the country. The Sustainable Development Goals charted a path to development until 2030, 10 years from now. Even though COVID-19 is an enormous hurdle on this path, we must continue working with strong commitment toward its achievement. There is really no time to waste. That's something that we learn in crisis countries the hard way, and no room to lose heart. There is always this. It's amazing how people that we are used to the hard challenges of these countries, we keep fighting and we keep working to support so many people in need. In Libya and worldwide, we must work together to find solutions together through synergies between the response to COVID-19 and the global goals. Technology is on our side, and we have to be able to use technologies to innovate and to advance a more inclusive and sustainable development that should reach and benefit all. I will stop here, and I would like to be available for questions and hopefully answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Geraldo, for this inspiring and also panoramic view on the situation in Libya and the situation with the SDGs and the important work that the UNDP is doing. I think it's important for everyone on the planet to realize the depth and width of the pandemic on everyone, and that a problem in one country definitely impacts other countries. So coming back to this, you mentioned that we are facing common challenges, and for these common challenges, we need global cooperation and common response. And my question here is for everyone who is following right now, so the young European students of technology, how can they, in your opinion, be part of this common response?
Well, definitely, I think is. Let me just characterize the kind of response the UN is supporting the countries. Definitely, the first response is on the health emergency, and the health emergency requires capacity to prevent and to treat and to manage the people affected by the crisis, by the pandemic, and of course there. We are through WHO, the World Health Organization, and other entities of the UN supporting government to have the capacity to respond. In the UNDP case, in the case of Libya, we are supporting, we have been implementing programs to help communities to recover from the impact of conflict and supporting several sectors, infrastructure, basic services, health and education, definitely. Water and sanitation, electricity, solid management. And so definitely we have to refocus a lot of attention on the health sector and providing some support for the emergency, strengthening the response, adjusting hospitals for isolation facilities, providing equipment required like ventilators, testing capacity, also supporting the efforts of local actors to produce PPEs, protective equipment for people and for health workers, and of course looking into ways to go beyond the immediate response to strengthen the health sector in the longer term. And in terms of, as I mentioned, governance and the important socioeconomic impact, I think in terms of all the young people's. I know the young people that are listening, and as I mentioned, IT is a powerful tool, and I think in this current global world, even though we are working for Libya, we are tapping into capacities all around the world, not only using our global UNDP network, but also a lot of people from Libyan origin in other countries. Like in the experience that I mentioned quickly in the telemedicine effort, we are linking to people in even other continents that are developing the technological tools to implement, of course, linking to actors in Libya. I think that the possibilities to people in this sector and others to look into developing, using their skills and capacity to developing solutions that can be applied in this condition in other countries is very important.
Right. We have a question similar to this one, which is how can, what are the specific or tangible projects, if there are any, from the UNDP, where actually right now today a volunteer in Europe can take part into to help countries affected by the pandemic, for example, like Libya?
Yeah, there is a lot of examples in all the countries that we work. I have shared some of the ones that we are using. There is a tool to identify and prevent the trace of contagions in terms of use of technology, providing health support, managing the big challenges from the logistic perspective. You know, you had to generate, you had to produce inputs for the health system and others that has to be quickly identified, transported. So it's a lot of things, of practical things in which we are challenging. In the case of Libya, as I said, we have not only health. There is a lot of sectors related to development that help in the management or prevention of the pandemic. Water, for example. One of the most effective ways to prevent is wash your hands. Well, a large number of people do not have access to water. So there is a lot of possibilities to innovate, to generate ways to manage water more efficiently, and also generate possibilities to access water for a lot of people that has not that chance. The management of waste, either liquid or solid, that is also generating conditions that impact on the health. We are doing some efforts using technology to manage more efficiently the solid waste management system in cities in Libya, also providing equipment. So there is, we, for example, call on a group of innovators to generate applications to help in the challenges, from making a better use of the equipment to process and waste, to track where the waste is accumulating so it can be taken care of, to look into ways to recycle, to look for new products. So the possibilities are really endless, and we have experience on that. The socio-economic impact, from chances to reach out to people that suffer, for example, women violence. With the curfews, lockdown, a lot of women that suffer violence, domestic violence, and gender-based violence are cut off from resources to reach out for their security, for their treatment. So the ways in which we can reach out to them, for example, in this initiative on social and on the telemedicine, the possibility to include also psychosocial support that we are providing face-to-face in a more traditional way to a lot of communities affected for the conflict. And so, and when we think about the impact of the pandemic, the whole area of socioeconomic impact in terms of social protection, nutrition, food, a lot of factors are supporting in that. But again, the losing of jobs, informal workers, migrants, and there is a lot that we are doing, supporting innovators, developing their capacities, allowing them to access some seed money. We have very interesting new businesses that has been developed lately, and that has increased, like from delivery of homemade food or a systematic delivery of linking customers to sources of goods that has been in place in Tripoli and other cities, or in the south of Libya. So we have to think that, as I said, there is a lot of challenges long-term. There is a lot of crisis in countries like Libya, and there is the added challenges that the pandemic is generating, not only in health, but also in the socioeconomic and governance dimension in those countries.
Yep. In the past 2 days, we tackled work beyond the pandemic and how it would look like. And we tackled also some aspects like the loss of jobs for informal workers and the impact of this, of course, the social and economic impact that is having on people and families and companies and countries and so on. And glad to hear that entrepreneurship can be one of the ways that someone can help. And definitely some of the people who are following us now are entrepreneurs, and the students of technology in Europe are generally capable of developing technical solutions. So we urge them, of course, to look beyond Europe, and maybe they could also look for solutions in neighboring countries, for example, like Libya, which is just across the sea.
Yes.
Coming to this, we have a question that is, talking about leadership, and they are asking, what type of leadership do you think is needed to navigate the effects of this pandemic on development, and where should we look for this leadership? Can a student provide or support in this aspect?
Yeah, definitely. I think when we look at the different countries, and I think it's a good point, has been underlined by a lot of surveys, is women leadership that brings a lot of different ways to approach challenges. Even countries where the chief of government, the head of government, and our women has done in general quite well, quite better than other countries. So I think this is an example that we need more innovative leadership. And that leadership comes, in my experience, from new actors. Women as an example, young people. And I can see that we had to grow to support that leadership. We are trying to do that with young people and women in Libya, as UNDP is doing in other countries. And one thing also, when we look into the challenges of innovation, we had to dream a little. We had to try different things. And also in trying different things, we may fail. But one of the challenges in the way we have to approach this process through the lab is that we explore, we look for possible solutions. Some of them already been tried out by different people in different contexts. We try to support them, to map them, and to experiment. And those experiments, trying to look for changes in behavior, trying to look how technology and other ways to innovate can change how people behave, it generates a lot of good results, but also sometimes they are not what we expect. So the chance to fail in a controlled way, I think is also a very good skill in a leader. And again, look for new ways. I mean, if we keep doing the same thing, we will get the same result, the same kind of a failed result. I wrote an article a few weeks ago, before even the pandemic, in which we were looking into the challenges of development. And we were beginning the reflection about this idea of insanity that Einstein formulated, that if you keep doing the same thing and you expect different results, you are quite not rational. So a lot of time, we keep trying the same things in development, and we are getting not very positive results. So I think that need for innovation, that need for looking beyond the traditional ways, is a very important component of a successful and more effective leader. And I think I found that a lot in young people. And I think it's very important not to keep it when one's face the reality, the hard reality of life, not only in countries in conflict, but in different contexts, because also the reality is different from different groups of people, gender, age, ethnicity, nationalities, migrant status. So I really try to work with people that and try to grow that capacity or those skills and empower people. That's also another very important issue for effective leadership. Yeah.
That's music to our ears, because in our organization, our mission is to develop students, and our vision is to empower diversity, because we are diverse by definition, and we believe that diversity is the source of strength in any inclusive solution that is being developed to help people. Mr. Gerardo, we have so many questions. Maybe I will select the last one. And we have this one that talks about, your opinion. Do you think that case studies and hackathons, such as the ones that, for example, an organization like BEST organizes, do you think these help create and disseminate innovative ideas? And would you believe these are useful for the UNDP?
Yeah, well, in reality, we are using that. We are using in a lot of countries for some time now, and we are using it in Libya. I mean, I mentioned that example about solid waste management initiative. And I think what we bring to that is, of course, there is different organizations that put together people and then allow them to think and create. And I think one of the challenges, and where UNDP, I think, adds, is also to create not only the space, but also some support structure to make them grow. What we are doing in Hackathon, select the best one in kind of a competition, and when we endow with not incredible amounts of money, and some resources to allow that initiative to be developed and implemented. And we accompany the process to try it, and then hopefully to succeed and scale it up. We are supporting a lot of young entrepreneurs that develop, providing the capacity, working with NGOs that develop their skills for entrepreneurial initiative. And then the best proposals are also supported with some seed capital to begin to grow. And at the same time, accompany the hard process to transform what may be a good business idea into reality and grow in the challenges of the market, not to talk about the challenges that a country like Libya presents. And however, we've been able to see very good stories about young ladies developing this initiative for supporting education process, to support people cooking at home, linking different groups. I think the possibilities of analyzing all these tools that generate spaces for creation, and at the same time a framework that allows those initiatives to be grown, I think are very important. I'm applying that in the case of Libya, and as my colleagues are doing in a lot of countries, and I think they are very powerful. we should keep using them, and also look into the ways to link to the productive world and turn those ideas into actual responses to the challenges that our societies face.
Absolutely. That's a shout out to all our volunteers and young entrepreneurs in BEST and in Europe, specifically the women entrepreneurs who are leading this organization, which we are part of. Mr. Gerardo, we have many questions. I hope we had more time. However, I hope we get the chance to have another opportunity to talk to you.
Definitely,
and respond to more questions from our audience. Mr. Gerardo Noto, thank you very much for being with us here and representing the UNDP Libya. We are grateful to have this opportunity, and we are continuing with one more keynote from Mr. Sobhani, Global Director of the UNDP Private Sector Hub, who is talking about business in the new normal of COVID-19. Thank you very much, and stay tuned for.
Thank you very much. A pleasure, and I available for any other chance. Shukran. Thank you.
Afwan. Shukran.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you very much, Mr. Gerardo. Bye bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to present Saba Sobhani. He's a director at the United Nations Development Program. He is based in Istanbul at the International Center for Private Sector in Development. He worked for 20 years in the private sector, starting in Silicon Valley and then moving to the UNDP as program advisor. He has experience in partnership with more than 100 companies in the private sector and has covered the role of leadership in 6 UNDP strategic initiatives, including the G20 Global Platform, and led 5 major UNDP led reports in the area of private sector in development. He also co-authored Unleashing Entrepreneurship, Making Business Work for the Poor. So probably I'm forgetting, like I didn't include many of the credits that Mr. Sobani has. If you need to add any, please, please do. But now I just leave the word to him so that he can go on with his presentation.
Great, thank you. It's a real pleasure here to be at the BEST Summit. I will be speaking about the private sector and the COVID-19 response. Fundamentally, we're dealing, as you know, with this pandemic that is affecting every part of our society. It's a health system disaster, it's a social economic disaster. We're looking at statistics where we might go back to the 1990s, where for the first time, people will go back, over 100 million people will go into poverty. So it is a global pandemic that threatens to profoundly deepen inequalities, you know, and undo progress on the SDGs. The economic impact is going to be short-term fiscal shocks. You've seen the numbers, -7%, -8%. And then also this has had a number of different kinds of behavioral changes. We have seen at the same time a reduction of usage of consumption of carbon, but at the same time, it has also affected the private sector significantly with the disruption in supply chains, with the cessation of various kinds of activities. And this has forced a lot of companies also to think about how to respond. You know, if you're in the food business, what do you do in the context of COVID in terms of low touch economy? Education, we've seen that everything has to go digital. E-governance has to go digital, you know. So COVID has also demonstrated the potential of technology to bring global and local actors together. But each country will be impacted differently. So one size fits all is not possible. We need to have different approaches in different countries, in different sectors. I mean, Burkina Faso will be very different from Japan. So we're looking at both direct impact of COVID from the health and the short-term impact in terms of wage fall, poverty increase, even potential for disorder. You have also government decisions, private sector decisions, individual decisions that impact manufacturing, service, logistics. And this has, as I mentioned earlier, all kinds of long-term effects. The way we think about how to respond to the issue of COVID economy is we have a pre-surge, we have a surge, and then a recovery. You know, in the pre-surge, you start seeing a reduction in demand in things like hospitality. I mean, if you look at the trends in terms of a lot of usage of public transportations or entertainment, you notice that even in March, people started to self-isolate, you know, try to reduce. But you saw a rising and serviceable demand for COVID responsible goods like masks, hand sanitizers. And then when this surge happened in terms of COVID, you saw that there was a collapse of market that were dependent on in-person transaction. You went to home delivery of food. You had everything, education being delivered digitally, and you had non-healthcare producers that pivoted to supply critical products like hygiene products, chlorine, alcohol-based sanitizers, soaps. A number of alcohol companies started producing hand sanitizers. A number of luxury brands started producing hand sanitizers. You have PPEs, you had gowns, gloves, goggles. And you saw hotels acting as makeshift hospital, and those kinds of industries that were not able to adapt to the transformation had to sit idle. You had gyms that had to be closed. But the post-surge, we will see different kinds of demands and support coming. We see a lower demand in terms of market. You will see some permanent changes in terms of consumer preferences. And you will see, and we hope to see from the UN side, some potential positive economic change and transformation. So, but the issue is also that we're not really seeing this kind of traditional recovery period. It's more like, in some places they have to shut down again. We see that happening. In China, for example, they opened up the cinemas, but then they had to close again within 2 weeks because of fear of infections. In Germany, we've seen these localized clusters. So from an innovation perspective, going to the new normal is not going to be easy. You really have to look at the different kinds of impacts that you're dealing with, different scenarios. You might have one where the virus will only affect us for the next 6 months, and then we have treatments and vaccines. Another one is that in the winter, it's going to get worse. It's going to come back with a vengeance. The third one is we're unable to impact. So let's say if you are in the tourism sector, if you're looking at mothballing, in the best case scenario, you're mothballing your business, shutting down your hotels for six months and then reopening. The second one is you have to think about a more social distance approach. But if we have a really, really bad outcome, in uncontrolled pandemic, then, there might be a scenario where in certain places, you might have to abandon market and the type of business model you have, like the all-inclusive hotel that depends on buffets and slides, indoor slides, and spa and gyms is not going to survive. So also the economic impact will vary by the different kinds of composition of a country you are. If you're a country that depends a lot on exports, it will have a different impact than those that don't depend on exports. That's one of the issues we face with small island development states, because a lot of them are so over dependent on tourism exports that they will be very severely affected. So there's also a need for critical, comprehensive response from the private sector to assist. For example, in a number of countries, what they're doing is they're telling companies, we'll give you cash, governments, if you, or low cost loans if you maintain workforce, Or secondly, they are enabling digital transformation of schools and different things, so to be able to do this kind of e-learning education, or they're convening different actors from different to come together. We need to also, in the recovery stage, to think about new types of investment in digital solution. One of the biggest things we learn is, like, if you're, let's say, in a country like Turkey, private schools all had access to, online learning. Some of the public schools had, but in some of the rural areas, they used TV as a means of learning. So how do you build out a whole infrastructure that enables e-learning? And this is in a very well-established market like Turkey with very sophisticated ICT infrastructure. Imagine what happens in Africa. So this is why at UNDP, what we're trying to do is to set up a global facility that focuses on digital technology, finance, logistics. And we are working in a number of different countries to bring these companies together to work with the governments and especially support the local SME sector to enable them in some of these transformations I mentioned. So, just an illustration, since you are in the technology field, if you look at the technology sector, there are 3 types of sub-verticals: software infrastructure, physical infrastructure like telecoms, application-based services, and the kinds of role they can play in different settings. You can see, a lot of the telephone companies are being used right now for tracking and traceability in different countries. You know, the software infrastructures are also being used to capture and predict real-time information, and you know, the application-based services are being used in this low-touch economy approach. So we have a portfolio of initiatives that try to address all these various economic knockoff effect. You know, value chains being frozen, capital productivity is limited, consumer spending is contracting, you know, illness and care responsibility limit labor productivity. For example, we're looking with ILO to look at the International Labor Organization to come up with the 85 interventions to go back to work. What are the checklists and compliance you have to think about every element when you go back to work? I mean, McKinsey did a study on that recently, and they were talking about from things like, if you go into an office, you need to have a UV light sanitizer that every time, because, you know, phones are actually quite dirty. They're more dirty than a lot of other things, so that you make sure your phones are clean. You know, what does it mean in terms of social distancing? You know, having air filtration system is important in offices. So there's all kinds of things that need to be taken into account. But it's different settings, like office is different, being an agricultural worker in the field is different. So we have to take into account into different settings. And UNDP, which looks around 3 areas, which I think Gerardo Noto also talked about: health system support, inclusive and integrated crisis management and response, and social economic need, and is also the lead on the social economic response of the UN system. The World Health Organization is in the lead in the health, and the Office of Crisis for Humanitarian Affairs is on the lead in the area of humanitarian, you know, looking at the role of refugees. So we have a whole different set of intervention that tries to address this. I think one important thing is we need to understand trends, foresight. What is the demand for different things under different scenarios? A lot of countries are now cut off because of the lack of logistical support. Planes, if you're exporting, let's say, certain things from Africa, how do you export? What's the situation? Yeah. We also need to ensure that we have business continuity, especially with SMEs. How do we ensure that they are able to conduct businesses? You really have to learn, you know, a lot of like the informal sector can learn from WhatsApp Business, how to use those tools, digitization for other sort of things. And then we want to work with multilateral development banks and governments that have different kinds of financing schemes to support these businesses. That's it. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's quite some information that we had in your slides, and I think we have a bit of time for a few questions. So I'm gonna start with this one. So you said we need a different approach in each country to adopt to COVID-19. However, if a certain solution would work in one country, how can this knowledge be transmitted to other countries?
Right. So I think there are two mechanisms: who's the audience and who can benefit, right? If you're looking at business models, I think that the UN can play a role around proven business models and replicating proven business models. I mean, Gerardo talked about telemedicine. We have, for example, companies in Pakistan, in other countries that have done very well in terms of telemedicine. So we have a role in terms of replication of these kinds of business model between countries, especially if you're dealing with things, essential delivery of services where the government has a role to play. If it's just purely private sector, I think the private sector would learn quickly from each other. You know, I mean, the same way when we had in 2000 food delivery systems, everyone started doing the same thing in their other countries. They come up with their local, there was local competitor versions, other sort of versions. So we will see more of those. I think what is important is if you're looking at you know, the kinds of initiatives that we have to understand what's going to be the impact on people. That's one key thing. You know, there's a lot of automation that's going to happen. soon because of the slow touch. So we really have to, that's why also the UN is very much a proponent of the universal basic income. Because we will have disruptions that will accelerate trends in terms of employability of a lot of people, and this is going to happen sooner than we think.
Thank you. Thank you. I have another one. It looks like you basically had a plan to approach the pandemic that was already something that you already had. What we're wondering if there was something during this pandemic that was a particular struggle for you because it was not predicted.
So all the stuff I share with you is it's been a sprint, a live lesson in action. I mean, for all of us. I mean, our team was involved in the Ebola crisis and at UNDP, and it was a very localized pandemic. This is the big one that affects all humanity. So I think all governments, everybody has been very much trying to figure out. But I think there's 3 key principles that matter that's important about this. Individual, we have to unite as human beings to work together because our actions affect other people's actions. That's going to be a critical part of a success in a country. Those countries like Vietnam, Thailand, they're not as rich as some of the other ones, but they were able to be much more effective because let's say you had 1 million volunteers going around and figuring out. It wasn't just relying on fancy technology for traceability. And there was people are wearing masks. They have a level of quarantining that involves going to state, places that you can be. So one of the key issues was, for example, is people don't realize if you stay at home and you're staying and you're your grandmother, that's how the infection happens, and some people don't have a choice. So governments have to provide a free opportunity for people to go somewhere so they do not infect their own families. So I think that is one lesson we learned from this, which is the oneness of humanity has to come together. The second one is we really, unfortunately, are dealing with a situation where we have to have situational analysis. We have to be aware of what's going on all the time because the scenarios might change, unfortunately. And it's a very tough as a business person to do that. You have to think about the worst case scenario and the best sort of case scenario, which I mentioned. So that's going to be a big struggle. But my recommendation is to really look hard in terms of the worst case scenario and plan. And some of them are business models, frankly, that I'm not sure that I would be very supportive of. Like large scale cruising has so much emission in terms of pollution, in terms of all kinds of environmental footprint. I mean, having 5,000 people being in one place and being the level of environmental footprint you have. From a health perspective, we know historically we had issues like Legionnaire's disease. There's been all kinds of food poisoning and stuff that has happened. I mean, from the UN side, we've been promoting things like wildlife tourism, ecotourism, different kinds of models that actually in this context will be much more also safer. So I think that this is the big one that will really force everyone to rethink a lot of their assumptions about how we collaborate, how businesses cannot only be about competition, and how people and governments have to work together.
Thank you. I have actually another question. So maybe there will be some companies that will suffer more during this crisis and will be not able to adapt. Therefore, probably we will lose those companies. But do you think that this loss will bring space for new startups later to emerge, or the economy will simply shrink, or the ones that will survive will take over the space?
So there's a lesson learned in this. In 2003, when SARS hit China, that's when the Alibabas and all these companies came out of that. E-commerce really became big. A whole generation of startups emerged out of the SARS. So I think you'll see a combination of disruption, lower demand, So all those things are going to happen, and it's going to be a situation where, unfortunately, it's going to be the most nimble companies that are going to be able to survive. It's just going to be a very tough situation. And of course, if your business model operates on a lot of physical, as I said, if you have a gym, I'm still trying to figure out what a safe gym environment looks like. It's not going to be easy. So you have to think about what kind of model you go into. I mean, maybe you should go into. Everyone talks about online gym sort of thing, but there's other sort of modalities you can think about, selling home gym equipment, something like that.
Fair enough. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And I think we are almost there with the time. So what will follow for our followers is the podcast episode on SDGs and BEST with Sene, Pavel, Miguel, and Rita. So please stay tuned. Thank you again so much for staying with us, Saba. And
sure time. Okay.
And thank you for what you're doing to make our world a better place.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your time. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for this little delay. We had some technical issues to take care of it. Welcome to the fourth and unfortunately the last podcast of Best Virtual Summit. I'm Fita and I'll be your facilitator for tonight. And today's theme is Sustainable Development Goals. And I have with me three amazing guests, three amazing young leaders. So without much further ado, let's meet them. Miguel, you may start.
Hey, I'm Miguel from LBG Madrid. I'm a student of electronics industries, and I'm also a topic group coordinator for Evil on this edition. And I've been involved with SDGs, especially in my LBG as local organizer of different events that we have. And it's a topic that I get into and I really like it. And I consider it's really important to all of us to share it.
Thank you, Miguel. Now, Pavel.
Hello, I'm Pavel from Wrocław. I'm in BEST for more than 2 years. Now I'm on the end of my mandate as the president in our group. And I think that I'm here because I have some discussion group about the sustainability development goals on our president meeting last year.
Thank you so much, Pavel. And last but not least, Sene.
Hello, everyone. I am Sene. I'm the current president of the International Board of BEST. I've been in BEST for 4 years and a bit now. And basically since the start, I've been quite involved in external relations. And therefore, I've always been seeing how the importance of sustainability and advocacy on behalf of student organizations has been increasing over the years. So that's why I'm very happy to be here and talk about important issues such as sustainable development goals.
Thank you so much, Sene, and thank you so much to everyone for this introduction. We can all see that you have somehow some similar paths and somehow some different paths. Everyone has its own uniqueness, of course. And I would also want to say to everyone that is listening to us, if you have any questions to our guests, or you simply want to share an opinion about this theme, feel free to do it on the comments, either on Facebook or on YouTube, and we look forward to hear from you. And now, before we dig more into the discussion part, I would just like to give some context on the Sustainable Development Goals and a bit of history, so everyone, to have everyone on the same page, and we can have a more fruitful discussion. So today and tomorrow on the Best Virtual Summit, we are discussing Sustainable Development Goals beyond the pandemic. At the United Nations Sustainable Development Summit on September 25, on 2015, world leaders adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which includes a set of 17 Sustainable Development Goals, known as SDGs or even Global Goals, to end poverty, fight inequality and injustice, and tackle climate change by 2030. They represent a call for action for countries, governments, companies, enterprises, leaders, and for people in general. This call is for everyone. These are 17 goals from gender equality to climate action. They are all interconnected with the aim for prosperity, equality, global development, and in a whole, our shared blueprint to achieve by 2030 a better and more sustainable future for all. And I guess I quite emphasize that the goal is by 2030, and so we are 10 years to this goal. So let's see what we can do to try to achieve this. And my first question for you is, well, this topic is quite a vast one, and we could be here talking for hours, days, weeks, we could be talking infinitely. So I would like to ask you, what are Sustainable Development Goals mean to you? So what is their impact on your life? And Pavel, you may start.
Okay, so I think that all of us are influenced by this, by realization of these goals, even if we are not aware about this, because a lot of bodies are involved in this action. Like for me, what is this? What is the main purpose of it? So it's some form of agreement before many bodies, that all of us agree that it's some important matters in our world, and we need to maybe not fight with some problems, but with deal with some matters, and all of us try to achieve this in many way. Yeah, I would say this.
Thank you so much, Pavel. Now, Sene.
It is indeed quite difficult to describe the impact of such a vast thing on life, because the SDGs themselves are touching on practically all points of life in society, or at least many, given that they are obviously describing sort of an idealized state of the whole of society. For me personally, I've sort of come in contact with them at a phase in my life that I was looking for something to do, so some sort of that direction. And over the past months, years, they've been helping me sort of find a way in which I try to educate myself, in which I try to develop myself by providing clarity on many of the issues out there. And that way, sort of helping me shape my vision on the world and provide a basis for the issues that I want to advocate for in the future. So what they mean for me personally is really about providing direction and purpose.
Thank you so much, Sene. And now, Miguel.
Yeah, for me, I guess that we all agree in which it is a very important topic. And it's something that doesn't focus just in a community or in a specific sector of the population. It's something that affects all of us, not just as individuals, but our whole environment. And its outcomes affects all of us in the same way. So at some point, we all should be involved at some level at least, or at least be aware of them. For example, for me, at the very beginning, I had to admit I had no idea of what was this. After some conference that I attend, I got aware of this. So I think it's very important for us to consider the effects and results that we have to get from those.
Thank you so much, Miguel, and thank you so much, everyone, for sharing. It is indeed a topic that tackles every piece of life, so it tackles everyone, like we said, since companies to young individuals to everyone. We can all take an action for sure. And so now, like, since we are reaching this common ground that, okay, there is some action that needs to be done, I would like to ask you, as being young leaders, what do you think is the role of BEST or any other students, NGOs, but maybe let's more focus here on the STEM area. What do you think is the role of BEST to achieve sustainable development goals? And Sene, you may start.
This is a very good, but a very important question for all of us to answer in many ways. Personally, I believe that as a civil society and actually as individuals as well, we sort of have a responsibility towards working for goals like these, because these goals are not just a political agenda. They are actually sort of defining the needs of an idealized democratic, social and healthy system and healthy society. So in my opinion, it's not really optional for us to work on it. And that means that we as a civil society, as an organization, have a bit of a responsibility there as well. I think for us specifically, that means that we have a network which has a significant reach, which means that we have the capacity and the resources to educate the STEM students all over Europe. We have the capacity to reach the people who exactly need to know, which are students who are going to be graduating soon in the field of technology. And we know that almost like a very large part of the needed innovation, needed changes, start from a technological perspective, start from a technological background. So that is, I think, where we have a very large responsibility as a specific organization to use the resources we have to implement or include the sustainable development goals or any type of sustainable development in the things we are providing to students, as well as students outside of BEST, as well as our own students, to make sure that we can become multipliers and actual leaders in this change that is needed. We can't stand on the sideline. That's the main thing.
Yes, well, I think you finished with the perfect sentence. Thank you, Sene. Now, Miguel.
Yeah, I think that our responsibility tackling this topic is to create conscience among students and basically work with our stakeholders, for example, work with university, companies, and students especially, putting all together in order to create conscience and also to provide information to students for this. From your experience, it's not that easy to try to get into students to be aware of this topic, because sadly they are not like that interested, or it's not that attractive for them. But as Senna said, we have the resources to make it better, to make it happen at some point. We have experience creating different events, different events in which we can share this information to students and make it more interesting for them. So it's very important for us to make awareness among all of them, and especially to make it attractive and to put together with the help of the university, working with companies which are really interested in good environmental practices. And it's something that at some point we have the responsibility since we have the resources for that.
Thank you so much, Miguel, for your insights. And now, Pavel.
So it's not much to add for this. I completely agree with Senna about like it's not optional for us. We just should do it. And even if it's in 10 years, it's not that this goal is set for 2030 because it would be nice to have all of this complete at this moment. Sadly, some of this action, for example, related with climate change, is probably like the last moment when we can work about this. So I completely agree with that we should do it, and we, as a best, but also other organization, have a resource to build this conscious awareness about this action. But I would also say that it's not only to, for example, if we organize the EBEC, that choose the topic that it's related with some goals, but also to say the participants that it's not our idea, but it's a part of bigger action. Say why it's important, what we can benefit for achieve these goals. That it's not only the task in some competition, but it's part of something bigger.
Thank you so much, Pavel, and thank you again, everyone, for sharing. Indeed, since the urgency and the importance of these topics, it is a responsibility for us. And since we have like this amazing power and amazing impact that we can have as an organization, it even creates a bigger responsibility for us. It's not something that we can just like simply overlook. No, it's not possible. We really should tackle this, and let's see what we can do. And now, taking into account also the situation that we are facing with this coronavirus pandemic, how do you think this situation can actually be transformed in a vision for the future of sustainable development goals? Not only in BEST, but maybe also broader than that, or if you only want to focus in BEST. And Miguel, would you like to start sharing?
Yeah, I guess that, for example, now after the pandemic, or the quarantine that we all have been through, people at some point is more aware of what is happening outside their comfort zone. They are more aware of what is happening around them, around the world, about the environment, all the environmental changes that have been happening here. So I think it's very important to take that advantage that now people at some point is more aware of what is happening and keep working in the way that we have been doing. Like now, for example, we are using online platforms, and we discovered that actually they are very helpful, not just for having meetings or to have friends or to call some friends, but actually to make very important stuff. Like, for example, this, maybe last year we couldn't imagine that we have been doing this, for example. So I think that we have to keep working on this, not just copy pasting and doing the same that we have been doing until now, but try to look for improvement points and make it even better. So it's very important for us to keep working with online activities like this one, for example, because it's pretty easy in this way to get to people and to get us all together. Maybe it's not like having a same meeting in a live place all together, But with these kind of materials and resources, I think that we can get to more people. And for this topic in particular, it's very important for us to spread this kind of information and awareness to all people as possible.
Thank you, Miguel. And now, Pavel.
I think that the situation can we can benefit from it. I mean, a lot of group best need to find some way how to organize, for example, events, even if we are under quarantine, like under lockdown. And some of LBG were able to organize some event. And I think in a situation where a lot of groups, but also other NGOs may have trouble to find the resource to organize something more in for the sustainable development goals if they don't know how to transform the current project, the current action for this. So maybe they can organize something more and event via internet don't need as much resource as a normal one. So they can organize a lot of even small action that all of us can take part in this. Even if it will be small one, I think it's better than nothing. So I think this situation shows us that we don't need a lot of resource to organize something. So even anyone can organize something. They don't need to be NGOs, just have an idea.
Thank you so much, Pavel. And last but not least, Sene.
I think both Pavel and Miguel are mentioning very interesting things that we are now showing that it is possible to change, that it's possible to adapt, and that this situation in some ways creates opportunity for faster changes. We've seen this, for example, in organizations like BEST, but we've also seen this in the corporate world and even in governments. We've shown that it is possible to change fast. And I think this is a very positive signal that we're getting that needs to be harnessed as much as possible. Because basically when the SDGs were created, they weren't created because we were in a great situation and we just want to make it a bit better. They were created because multiple of the aspects that they're tackling are in a state of crisis or nearing a crisis, meaning that the positive evolution we've been seeing over decades will change into a negative evolution if we don't quickly do something. And one of the main things that have been stopping the actual changes that are needed is actually this need for slow change, this need for sustainable development compared to systemic change. And that is actually the thing that I'm seeing as having the most potential coming out of this crisis, is that we're now seeing that it is possible to create systemic change instead of just going for slow development. And I do think that this is sort of the thing that we will need to keep doing for a while, even though it will drain resources out of specific areas. Because once again, I don't think this development is optional. And as it is right now, the way we are on track right now, we're not going to reach all the goals by 2030. Take an example, the environmental one, which I guess young people are most well versed with. We won't reach the needed goals, and it is going to keep going downhill if we keep following the current track of sustainable development. Whereas if we move towards more systemic change, we might actually be able to reach somewhere that we actually provide a slightly more bright future for ourselves and those after us. So even though right now nothing is looking amazing, obviously, I mean, we're all quarantined and isolated from each other. The main thing we're seeing is this capacity from us as a whole society, not just as an organization, not just as individuals, but as a whole society, to change fast when needed. So that is to me the hopeful message, but also the thing that we'll need to follow up on, this continuing this fast change, because it is needed.
Thank you so much to everyone. And well, I totally agree with what all of you said. Although this situation right now, it's a bit, well, troubling and doesn't, well, it's not comfortable for to anyone. We have to see it in the, well, the longer way and in the longer purpose. and we can already see that some good changes and these fast rapid changes even from students organizations and even from companies can happen, and I really hope we can continue with these systematic changes of our society, because it's not just talking about this coronavirus pandemic, but the needs of our society and the needs of our stakeholders, they can change every day. So we have to adapt ourselves to any change that may happen. And I hope we can continue to work on that. Now, I would like you to also reflect a little bit on what we have been here talking, and also maybe pass a good and vibrant message to our listeners. So I would like to ask you, how do you think that our listeners, that are some of them can be our best members, or others can be non-best members, can be companies, external students, people that are interested in this topic, can contribute to the vision that we all mentioned here a little bit of this development on the SDGs, and how can we achieve that future? And Pavel, would you like to start?
Yes. So I would say for the best member, it would be the same that's what we said before. So it would be create the opportunity for all of the people to work about this in some maybe organized way, and to do something with the outcomes of this work. And for the like non-besties, or for everyone, to actively look for the opportunity, because it's not only best, it's a lot of bodies, as you said before. It's sometimes it may be maybe the country or the companies and so on. So it's a lot of opportunities. So actively look on this and work about this. If you don't have idea about yourself, just use that other people have idea how we can contribute.
Thank you so much, Pavel. Sene?
I'm mostly going to agree with Pavel. Actually, basically, it depends a lot on individual action. It depends a lot on every individual has sort of a role to play in the development of the SDGs and in development of a sustainable society. So I think that they all should, we all, I'm definitely not like a massive example here, we all should focus first on understanding the issue, because we all shouldn't forget that most of us are students. I mean, obviously we can't understand the total ramifications of like the socio-economic consequence of specific actions halfway across the world. That's something that takes time to understand. So I think the first step for all of us is to try to understand the problems as best as possible. And for this, the SDGs are more a tool than actual goals. The SDGs serve very well as a tool to understand the problems. So I think that is sort of the first step. And then the second one is always the actual taking action and understanding there is no option to stand on the sideline. Not taking action in a way is taking a position, because that is validating that it's not as crucial as it actually is. And given that we are, according to all models, right now we're looking at our own future very directly. The largest ramifications of some of the crises we're either already in or going towards will be in effect between 2040 and 2070. We will most likely still be around by then. We should be aware of this, and we should be aware that if we want to have a nice life, that we are also the ones who will need to work for it in more ways than the traditional ones, because the society has changed, and therefore we need to as well. So yeah, educate and take action.
Thank you so much, Sene. And Miguel?
Yeah, from my side, I think that it's very important to get involved. I think I would encourage everybody to get involved in this. For example, the other day I was reading an article, and a part that I really liked, it was that innovation is not about solo genius, but it is about collective genius. So it's very important for us to bring new ideas and not be afraid of that, to share it. For example, as we mentioned before, we have the resources to make this kind of thing happen. We have different events, different structures in which we can apply these ideas and get to create awareness among different people. One example is, for example, do you imagine planting trees across your whole city? It's something for a person and an individual is pretty difficult, because imagine you planting trees across the whole city. It will take you for many years maybe. Now imagine not a city but a continent. And for example, in Africa, it is happening that they are planting trees across all Africa. And it's a project that started on 2007, if I'm not wrong. But of course, it's not one person who is working on that. It's many people who are working together to make it happen. And at this point, we are not alone. We are part of an LBG, we are part of a region, we are part of a huge association in which we have human resources, we have different materials in which we can get involved on that. So I would like to encourage people to be open-minded, to bring new ideas and not be afraid of sharing those ideas with people in order to make it happen. Because something great about this is that we have the materials and resources to make different ideas, to make it real in a short time. So I think that I would encourage people to that, to get involved, to take action, as Tene was saying, and to be open-minded and be creative on that.
Thank you so much, Miguel. Thank you to everyone. Well, I can at least say for me, it was truly inspiring to hear your advices, and also to kind of feel your passion on this subject. And I hope our listeners are inspired as well. And I would like to say, if anyone has a question or wants to share something with us, don't hesitate to write. I'm anxious to hear your opinions and your questions. And I would also like to focus on what we were saying here a little bit about education. And well, we are seeing here and we are experiencing the live example of type of education on this topic on these days. And in this event, the best virtual summit, it has been a pleasure to hear all of these amazing guests that we are having, educating whoever is listening about these topics. So there are tons of materials and tons of information about this topic online. You can get educated, well, about everything if you want. So once again, I highly encourage everyone to get involved on this, to share your opinions and with your friends, with your family, start some discussions, and who knows, start creating some ideas about this topic, because, well, the sky is the limit, and it's a responsibility it's our duty to get involved on this. And before we go to the questions that I will see if there is any, I would like to ask to our guests, since we are almost reaching the end, if anyone wants to say something or share a little bit more, feel free to do it while we are waiting.
Okay, I think I can say something. Well, just repeating a little bit what I said before. Don't be afraid of sharing new ideas. Not just sharing, but even asking for help. Because we are not here as individuals. We are as a whole community which can get involved pretty easy on this and could get very good outcomes of this kind of work at some point. But it's very important for this person who have this idea, it's very important for this to make the first step and share it. Share it with people that maybe we could work and develop it in a different level.
Thank you so much, Miguel. Does anyone of our guests want to share something more?
Yes, to maybe give a perspective that if we look a half year ago, probably a lot of us will not imagine the situation like we have now. And we changed a lot of things because we were forced to, like we need to do it. Well, we were directly forced to change something, but the truth is that now we also forced by do it, but we just don't see it in many cases. And this may sound pessimistic, but the good side is that we see that a lot of things that we think it must be like this. Like, okay, we need to meet, for example. No, we can work also by internet, but we also change a lot of other things. And now we were forced to change something, but now we can just, create the situation where we want to change things, and we don't need to think like, okay, it's need to work like this, because we change a lot of stuff, and not only locally, but we do a worldwide changes.
Thank you, Pavel. And last, Sene?
Yeah, I can't add much to what Miguel and Pavel are saying, because it's quite comprehensive. Generally, I just want to mention that while definitely when I first started looking into the SDGs, you mostly see the problems, because it becomes very clear there's a lot of problems that we all need to tackle, and we want to tackle them fast. So they seem to sort of be a message of doom almost, and a message of we need to do so much in so little time. But the more that I've actually been looking into it, the more it's being clear that the SDGs as a whole are mostly a message of hope and a message of purpose, where they are providing clear goals, they're providing clear directions that we all need to take. And even though no individual action that we'll be taking, or almost no action will be taken as smaller associations, like BEST in a way is still a small association, none of our actions will solve the problem all at once. But we can change something by making sure that everyone we know, everyone we get in contact with, starts understanding the problem, and that way create this sort of grassroots movement that in the end results in the actual larger players moving, and the actual larger players changing things. So our responsibility is actually in many ways to put the pressure on the ones who can change large things all at once. And to me, that's a very positive sign, because that gives us a sense of direction, that we know now sort of what to do with these crises that we've been told about since when we were very young. So to me, this is a very hopeful thing.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that shared. I just may add that also when I was starting to try to educate myself on this topic, because this is not exactly a topic where you go to a class and listen to it. I also felt a bit overwhelmed and a bit, oh my God, the world is kind of doomed. We are not able to pull this off. But now, and with the further research that I'm doing, and as more as I'm getting involved into it, it's really amazing to see the work that societies, communities, companies are doing, and the efforts that they are doing, and to see already the positive impacts that in the past years have been growing. It's kind of really a hopeful message. And now that I'm also feeling a part of it, it's giving me, it gives a sense of purpose. So I really think it's a truly amazing thing. And we have some questions from our listeners. The first one is sustainable development goals in BEST. How can we start implementing them? Should we tackle all, only a few, etc.? Does any one of our speakers wants to share a bit? Yeah, Sene?
It is a tricky question, because this comes to sort of what does it mean to implement an SDG is a very difficult concept. However, I think actually for now, what I've seen, and also what I've experienced through talking with institutions that are more focused on this, is that for the next 1, 2, 3 years, the main thing that needs to happen is that everyone understands the SDGs, everyone is aware of them, beyond just the 17 words, but actually the meaning behind them. So for in BEST, how we should tackle them in the foreseeable future, I do think that we need to focus on awareness more than actual solutions, because once again, we're a network of almost 4,000 people with a reach of almost 1 million people. Like, if we can get all these people to understand the problem, we will probably get a lot further than by having some kind of small individual actions. Obviously, when it then comes to actual action taking, then we can do dedicated projects that are focusing on specific areas, just to reach the maximum impact on a specific area.
Thank you so much, Sene. It's well, it's really true what we are saying. What you are saying. The first step is raise awareness, educate our members, and if you can achieve that, it's already well an amazing effort and a really amazing accomplishment. Does anyone wants to add something more? Miguel?
Yeah. I guess that, for example, we can start working on them, implementing them on the actual events that we have. For example, we have experience creating events, we have experience organizing hackathons, and we, as Sene said, it's very important for us to first create awareness of this to the students, not just for us, but to all the participants of our events. And for example, from topic group, and I give the whole credit to my team, we create a document in which we explain how to apply the SDGs on the topics of EBET, for example. So in this way, it's very important to create conscience on students and participants for our events so that we can work deeper on this. So the first point, as Sene said, is very important to create conscience, to create awareness in people about what is SDGs. Because as you mentioned, there are a lot. And at the very beginning, it's like a huge topic to deal. But when you get into it, you see the coherence in all of them. And it's really, really important to share this information with everybody.
Thank you so much, Miguel. And it's really true. Like even sometimes if you just think, okay, I'm going to do this action, they are all interconnected. So even if you are just aiming for one action, you will end up bringing some cascading effects on the other ones. So that's also the beauty on these goals. Pavel, do you want to add something?
Yes. I agree with Sene about that. We should inform people, like building a conscious. And if someone doesn't have idea how to do it, for example, in Best, I think that the best way will be not make a presentation. It's also so some of the way, but I would say that just start a discussion in which event we can do it, and naturally, like people need to learn what is the SDG, and on the end, you probably find the way how to implement this in your LBG, so you can make further action, but also your LBG already know what they should.
Yes, thank you, Pavel. It's really true. We have more questions from our listeners. Second question is, how can we avoid the misconception that SDGs are equal to environmental sustainability? And Miguel, do you want to start?
Yes, I think we quite answered that in the previous question. It's very important to create conscience and to inform people about this. It's not just try to implement it in the highest way at the very beginning. It's very important to start like very slowly and smoothly in order to inform people about what is an SDG, what are they, which is the goal for this. So it's very important to inform people first after taking more huge steps on this.
Thank you, Miguel. Does any of our guests want to add something? Okay, no, and yes, Pavel?
I would ask if I understand correctly environmental sustainability. I think that it's important like point to show that the SDG is not like on some goals that we want to achieve and it's random goals, but it's like bigger action and that a lot of body are involved in this, and it's more like let's say this, like more coherence, like agreement that we want to achieve, or some vision that we want to achieve, that environmental sustainability that everyone can understand in other way.
Thank you, Pavel. Yes, I think we can all agree that if we achieve this awareness and education stage, let's say like the prior stage, all of these misconceptions and all of these doubts will vanish. And of course, this also passes if people start to discuss these topics, engage in conversations, attend some lectures like this or online events like this. And we have one more question, which is, would you include some concrete actions connected to SDGs in the organization's short or long-term plans? And this can also be on the local group, local best group scale, or in the scale of the whole organization. Who would like to start? Yeah, go ahead, Sene.
Right. This is quite a tough question, obviously, because this goes into many different directions, and I've also seen who posted the question, so I sort of know where this is coming from. Generally, I think the main point here is that we need to increase the flexibility of us as an organization in the actions we're taking. We do make annual plans, we do make even long-term plans focused on about 3 years. But I think the main point that we will need to do here is to work more with other organizations, and we need to work more with new projects. And that requires to be a lot more flexible in the way we plan and focusing our planning a lot more on being able to adapt. It doesn't mean planning for flexibility is not the same thing as not planning. And I think this is here sort of the clue, the main point behind how we can tackle this in the future. We need to sort of grasp more opportunities when they're passing by, compared to sticking around in our existing things. I do think there's a need for BEST to also think a bit about this and work a bit on this internally to make sure that the whole organization understands. But in that case, the concrete action that should be included in the plans is still more focused on education than on actions towards the actual SDGs. I think that is something that should come more when we see it happen. We're, for example, having many partner NGOs who are doing actions related to Sustainable Development Goals, specifically IJ, and they are always happy to include us in those projects, but that requires a certain amount of organizational flexibility that we don't always have. But we really could make a larger impact if we work on this first.
Thank you so much, Sene. Indeed, this is a tricky, it's a question that we could also be here talking for hours just about this topic itself. Does anyone wants to add something? Yes, Miguel?
Yes, I think that it's important for us to start working from the bottom. So starting from the LBG, making maybe presentations and increasing the interest in our own members of the LBG about this topic. After that, go scaling for, not just on the LBG, but outside the LBG, on the university. Try to work with the students, but not just the students, but also with other associations that are not as big as us. So they could have the experience on this topic, but maybe they don't have the visibility that we have. So working together, we can make even greater things for the university in a local level, for example. And then scaling to not just local, but national or regional or international level, we can adapt our events that we have. And adapting in a way that we can apply and work on SDGs for our different events, for our topics of the events, hackathons, for EVEC, and different other events that we could have, competitions or conferences that we can deliver. So in this way, we are tackling since the beginning, first creating expectation and raising the interest on the topic, and then applying and getting for results of this. Try to look for different outcomes on the application of these topics on the events that we currently have.
Thank you, Miguel. Pavel, would you like to add something?
Not really something that would be clever compared to previous answer.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, indeed, there are many actions that we could take as an organization. We could start from many sides. I do hope, and I think we all hope, that these actions, this awareness is starting right now, at least even with this event, it's starting. It's going to be a long process, but I think with the help and the power of the network, we can all achieve it. And I'm not seeing any more questions from our audience. And since we are almost reaching 1 hour of this podcast, I would like to thank you to all of you for being here tonight, answering these questions, participating in this really interesting discussion. And I would like also to tell to our listeners and to everyone that may be hearing us that in a bit we will have the SpeedNet working at 9:30 Central European Summertime. So it will be a really fun moment for you to also engage and even, who knows, discuss these topics personally with all the participants. And tomorrow we will have one more day of Sustainable Development Goals. And on Sunday, we'll have a case study by Atos. So if you want to, well, now that you hear the things and now you want to do something, participate in this case study. All these informations are available in our social media. So just stay tuned and thank you so much.
Thanks for having us, Rita.
Thank you.
Thank you for organizing.